memory, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind and soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day Special, for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste and welcome to the International Yoga Day special. This is really going to be a unique event where we've got a whole panel of experts joining us to share their wisdom. Being the 10th International Yoga Day, it's going to be a very special episode. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Amrita to take over and to share the Gayatri Mantra.
Thank you, Riddhi. A very global namaste to you
Global namaste.
and happy Yoga Day as well.
Happy Yoga Day.
Let's start with Gayatri Mantra. Joining your hands, closing your eyes, taking a deep breath. Om. Om Bhul Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Beautiful. So with that, we begin the event for today. And Dr. Amrita, I want to ask you, what does yoga mean to you?
Yoga means a lot to me, Riddhi, because it has come to my life as an important aspect in a way that has helped me to look inside me, myself, where I am, who I am. And also, it has helped in giving light to so many students. Being an Ayurveda physiologist, I've spent a lot of years training people globally on yoga and Ayurveda, and therefore it feels good when people practice yoga. It feels good when somebody who comes without uh, being paralyzed on wheelchair and goes back walking. It really feels good. It really feels good when your scoliosis and your back is straight. You feel so confident, and when you see people being happy and cherishing that, it is really good. So that's what is the union for me, union of happiness within.
Beautiful. The union of the mind, the body, and the soul to create general health and well-being for the global good of all. A
Yeah.
global namaste, Lord Rami Ranger. Thank you so much for joining us here at Healing Our Earth today. How are you?
Global namaste,
I'm
Lord
very
Rami Ranger.
namaste, and thank you very much for inviting me to this remarkable event where you actually help people to look after their health, look after their mind with the ancient technique of yoga. Yoga has become very popular, and I compliment you and your team and my very dear friend Nil Kumar for doing this wonderful, wonderful job, making people aware that the health is wealth and we have to maintain our health very important if we are to achieve our mission, our goal, and our happy life. And the ancient yoga is the one of the most important and worldly renowned technique where you focus on your body. Before things go wrong, you already know what's going wrong. Sometimes you neglect it for so long when things are too late. So therefore, this yoga exercise, uh, 10 minutes, 15 minutes a day, will save you a lot of hardship and a lot of disappointment in your life, because mind is very important also. And when mind and bodies are not in sync, that time you are totally going a runaway train. You don't know which way you're going, what you're doing. So we have to keep our body and mind all the time under our control. And yoga tells you how to control. And yoga is now recognized by United Nations. Prime Minister Modi is a champion of yoga. You might have seen it a couple of days ago, last week. Modi ji practicing yoga himself. He's a leader who leads from the front. He doesn't tell you to do something, he actually does something and then inspire people to follow his lead. So, therefore, my request to all your viewers is that health is wealth. You will not be able to achieve anything, if you neglect your health, which we do, because when we're trying to achieve our ambition, trying to build a business, and we lose focus on our body. We are a machine. We have to make sure that our machine is fit to run daily. And this, from my experience, who suffered a lot in my life, because I used to get up in the morning, take a cup of coffee or tea, straight to work, and done no exercise, done no proper breakfast, then work. And once you get to the work, you get embroiled, you get so busy with your work, the customer and everything, and before you realize it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and you're burning your body's reserve. And one day, it dawned on me when I had no reserve left, and I was really collapsing. I was sleeping. I didn't have the energy even to go to office. And then it was the wake up call for me. And then now I do a little bit of yoga, and I also it really makes your mind very strong, the yoga, because when you focus on your body, you get to know your everything about yourself, and you feel a lot more happier and a lot more at peace with yourself. So therefore, as somebody who's now 77 years old and has worked very hard in business, in politics and society, to tell you that you must learn from the experience of other people rather than learning from your experience, because it will be too late sometime. So my request to all your viewers is that please, yoga has been going on, guiding us, keeping us fit for centuries. It is not something we have discovered only a few weeks or months back. This is our father, and their forefathers and fathers have been relying on yoga to keep fit. So my request to all of you is, you are doing a wonderful job, and because something you do for other people is much more valuable and recognized and respected by others. What we do for ourselves is we all do ourselves. That's no good. But what you're doing for other people is very, very important. And I value you and very respect your team, that you send us messages, you make us aware, you tell us to come and join us and learn from each other's experience. That is a wonderful.
And thank you so much, Lord Rami Ranger. You started your business from £2 in your own loft, and today you have grown it to a multi-billion pound portfolio. And a lot of that is to do with keeping a strong mind, keeping a healthy body, and being able to get out there and do the important work, carrying out your dharma. So we want to say a massive congratulations to you as well for being such a sparkling light of dharma for us in society as well.
And Riddhi, not only Lord Ranger does that, he also supports the Sanatan Dharma. He actually outreaches so many Indian diaspora as well. And similarly, we've got another person, a member of parliament, Blackman as well. So let's go to him. Lord Rangers, please hang around and we say hello to Bob Blackman. Riddhi, over to you.
When I grow up, I want to.
Blackman, thank you so much for joining us. I know we're right in the middle of your busy, hectic schedule at the moment, but you've made time to come and join us, and we are so grateful to have you joining us today.
And I'd like to thank my big brother, Bob Blackman, Sir Bob, and Padam Shri. He's not only respected in UK, but also in India. That is the legacy of Bob. What a remarkable, and he's helped us, this community, stand tall because of Bob, and we will never be able to repay his debt for his unstinting commitment for our community. Bob, thank you very much. As a Lord, I bow my head to you.
Well, thank you, Rami. Namaskar, and ladies and gentlemen, a great pleasure to join you as we celebrate International Yoga Day. As we all know, yoga is India's gift to the world.
I think we are having,
and it's important enough that we've, through the all-party group. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Bob, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Hearing me? Yes, okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, through the all-party parliamentary group, we've provided for Indian traditional medicines and music. We've been able to make sure that it's recognised in Parliament as important. Our National Health Service now recognises yoga as part of the treatment that should be given to people to make them better individuals, to improve their lifestyle and their health. Now, for me, I had some back problems a few years back now. I went to see my doctor, who you won't be at all surprised, was a Dr. Patel. And he said, after all the checkups to make sure there was nothing physically wrong that could be put right by a doctor, he just gave me a series of different stretches and exercises to do each morning as soon as I wake up. What I didn't realize at the time was these are all yoga stretches that we do. And so I do about 20 minutes to half an hour of yoga stretches every morning. And ever since, I've never had a problem with my back. So that shows the importance of this. Earlier this year, I had problems with my neck and shoulders. Once again, I went to see, after checking out there was nothing else wrong, I got some more stretches to do with my neck, which I do in the morning as well. So I now have a full workout in the morning, which is all based on yoga. So my simple message on this is that yoga, it makes you much more healthy. It enables you to stretch the muscles, stretch the bones, and use muscles probably that you don't normally use. That's important because all the muscles of the body need to be utilized in this way. So now we've got it incorporated in our National Health Service. That's an important step. Our next step, of course, is to get Ayurveda recognized in our National Health Service. As I always say, that 6,000 years or more of traditional medicines, there must be something to them, because when we have modern medicine, what we tend to do is synthesize these natural drugs. So far better to have the natural drugs that are growing in our fields and our bushes and so on. Far better to have those than having these synthesized drugs that are not necessarily the best thing for you. I've had the opportunity when I visited India to open a new Ayurveda center, which was alongside a traditional center, so that people could get the best of both worlds. And I think that's something that we all should recognize. And of course, we should remember now that more people go to India for health treatment than any other purpose. And the health centers we have down and yoga centers we have down in the south of India are, of course, the most visited of all the states. That demonstrates that actually people recognize the beauty and the advantage of these traditional ways of helping and assisting people. We've obviously, during Parliament days, we've tried to get MPs, we've tried to get members of the House of Lords into the habit of using yoga. And it, Rami, some rather elderly men and women experiencing yoga for the first time. Because what they find is that these sort of exercises, you don't have to be incredibly fit. You don't have to be young. What you can do is do these at any age. And it's important to maintain flexibility and good health right across the piece. So this is all about being healthy in your own body, being healthy in your own mind. So you're taking a bit of time out to contemplate, to meditate, to think through the actions, think what you're doing, and make sure that your body is healthy, your mind is healthy, and that you think of not only what you put into your body through the food and drink and so on that you consume, but also by the exercises that you do. So as we celebrate once again International Yoga Day, I remember when we launched it initially, and Prime Minister Modi brought this to the world, what happened was there was a big song and dance about International Yoga Day, and we had events going on all over the place. I said then, that's fine, because when you launch these things, lots and lots of people get involved. The more difficult thing is to keep repeating this every year and keep people involved. I'm really delighted that yoga now is growing astronomically in terms of the number of people that practice it. As I say, you don't have to do hours and hours of it. Some simple stretches, building up to your workday, vitally important to improve your posture, to improve your body, and of course, as I say, your mind as well. So thank you for allowing me to say a few words. Obviously, as you know, we're in the middle of a general election campaign. I am restanding in the election. I hope to be re-elected on sometime in the early hours of July the 5th. But of course, I need everyone to be voting for me and make sure I get back to Parliament. Rami, of course, is now in the House of Lords, and the great advantage they have is they don't have to be re-elected. But can I just say thank you all for your contributions. Thank you all for inviting me. And I hope you have a very successful conference. And I trust you'll excuse me, but I'm going to have to duck out so I can get back on the campaign trail. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Bob Blackman Padma Shri, for your initiative today as well to join us, to be a part of this amazing event, and also for supporting us at the APPG Indian Traditional Sciences and SHAM. We are absolutely grateful for the work that you do for our community, and we wish you the very best with your elections. We want to see you come back fit, strong, healthy to support us again in Harrow East. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best wishes. Thank you.
And Lalit Sethar, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. What are your thoughts on what Bob Blackman had to share with us? He basically told us about his journey and how yoga has supported him through doing those stretches, through waking up his body in the morning, through being able to move, through certain elements to be able to fix his back, to be able to fix his neck, to be able to fix his shoulders. You yourself are a doctor of chiropractor. You've done massive work in this area. You've also opened up your own place in India to be able to support with these issues as well. Please, can you give us, our audience, a little bit more of an insight?
Thank you, Riddhi. Just before Lalit speaks, shortly in a minute, we'll be going to Israel, where Rena is giving us a 9-minute session. And Lalit, over to you. You are our official reporter and a senior anchor at Healing Our Earth. What a wonderful news Bob shared with us and the support and Rami Ranger. Your comment for a minute and over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. A global namaste and a happy International Yoga Day to all of you. This is outstanding. Yoga, I believe everything that our MP Bob Blackman has said, Lord Rami Ranger has said, yoga is the core. Yoga is where everything rests in your body. I think if you have no yoga, you shouldn't be having a body. That's how strongly I believe in yoga. Because if you're going to keep your body flexible, if you're going to keep your body healthy and you want optimal health, then good food is important, good sleep is important, but good yoga is equally and probably more important, because anything you don't use, you lose. So this is where yoga comes in, keeps a very happy, healthy spine, happy, healthy body. And I think Yoga International Day should have been invented many thousands years ago, but I think when Prime Minister Narendra Modi introduced it at the UN, I think it's been the best introduction, and that has gotten many people involved. So from a chiropractic viewpoint, yoga is the way to the healthy posture, healthy spine. And that's my slogan for Happy International Yoga Day. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to give my 1 minute word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lutzoda, for summarizing so well. And I have to come over now. We're flying over to Israel to join Rena for her amazing session. And I can't wait to hear what you've got to say about the 8 limbs of yoga. Tell us, where do we start?
Thank you, Global Namaste. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this community. And my name is Rena, and I'm excited to teach you all about the 8 limbs of yoga in daily life. I made a little PowerPoint, so I'm sharing my screen just so that you can see each limb as I speak about them. Is it loading? Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
The 8 limbs of yoga in daily life with Rena Shoshan. So the first we have our 5 yamas. So for the first yama, ahimsa, self-love, self-respect, and non-violence. I actually have a tattoo here on my arm. It says Self-Love Club. And I got this tattoo done at a time in my life that felt really challenging. So the message for all of you is that it's really in those moments that it's the toughest, that things feel the most challenging, that we have to lean into that self-love. And what's beautiful about the yoga practice is that it's really most effective when we keep up with it all the time, especially in good times, so that when we get to the more challenging times, we can show up with self-respect, we can keep up with that self-love, and then there's no reason for violence to be a part of anything, because it's in those moments of challenge when sometimes violent words can come out, and if we're keeping on top of our practice, there's no reason for it. Satya, truth speaking. My advice for you with this is a practice that I started with myself about 7 years ago. The intuition, which is really our truest voice, is often a very quiet little voice. You could almost miss it. So a practice that I started with myself that I'm teaching you all is to listen to that little quiet voice, the one you almost want to say no to, the one you could almost pass over. And the one but it like has this profound message, like it feels like there's a push and you want to resist it. Okay. The first time you hear it, don't do anything and see if it comes back. And if it comes back 3 times, then take action or commit to taking action. Asteya, self-sufficiency. So this I understand as you being responsible for making sure that you have all the things that you need. So as a personal story, I went through a divorce about 2 years ago, and it was really inspiring for me and really awesome to see the self-sufficiency that I had to have, and to see, like, in the past, my former husband would build a shelf and maybe I wouldn't even be home to watch it happen. And suddenly there I was needing to be self-sufficient and watch how all my stuff went from being on the floor to suddenly a shelf appears and the things go on the shelf. And the same thing could even go with groceries for people who've gone through divorce and are dependent on maybe someone else doing groceries. And suddenly that's on you to be self-sufficient and make sure that you have what you need. Brahmacharya. So this is traditionally translated as celibacy, but I prefer to think of it more as clarity of thought and speech and action. And I want to bring in here a Jewish concept as being a representative of Israel, acknowledging that there are many peoples that live in this land. But in Jewish culture, there is a similar concept. It's called lishmor negi'ah, and it translates to like protecting touch and keeping touch something that's only between a married couple or the nuclear family. And it's actually a tradition, a practice that I started observing this past November. And it's been really fascinating for me, I actually took it on more out of protection for myself rather than from the religious point of view. But it's been really eye-opening for me to observe and experience in myself. Like, it forced me to be more clear with my speech, with my boundaries, with my energy. And it's just an interesting thing for people to be aware of, the way that we interact with other people, how we're using our energy, and to be as intentional as possible with our energy and with our boundaries. Aparigraha, non-attachment. This is something that takes me right back to when I was in India studying yoga, and I was in the midst of international moves and had some items with me that were really near and dear to my heart. And I had no choice but to part with them in order to make space and weight in my suitcase for books and for other things that I was learning. And it's been really, since then I've moved more times than I want to admit. And this notion of needing to be light and not attached physically is something that I've been able to really see how quickly it allows space for new things to come into your life. In Hebrew, there's a saying, it goes, Mishaneh makom, mishaneh mazal. When you change your place, you change your luck. And it's often said to people when they move. So as someone who's moved a lot and I've had to part ways with items that were really sacred for me, I've also seen through my own life experience how the lightness and non-attachment allows me to move places, and how moving places does change luck. So an interesting thing for you maybe to contemplate. This one, I feel like I don't pronounce it correctly, so maybe Ridhi or Amrita, you can help me. Is this Shucha? Is that the correct pronunciation? Again?
Yeah, Shaucha.
Shocha, thank you. Shocha. And this, in a similar way to aparigraha, how I've recognized how letting go of things allows for my luck to change, with cleanliness, I've noticed how even like cleaning items out of my house, or cleaning the floor, or cleaning the sink, or cleaning the dishes makes space for different things energetically to come in. Maybe it's a message that I was waiting for, or an email that I was waiting for, or even money, or various things. So I find that makes it easier for me to understand the importance of cleanliness in a deeper level. So that's the 5 yamas. Now we have the 5 niyamas, starting with Santosh. And this concept of self-contentment, I really understand as acceptance and compassion, and those things being the foundation for all healing. This is a picture of me. And we have the, did I miss something? No, I got them all. Okay. Tapas. So the reason I chose this picture is because in this picture, I'm doing a posture where one must be very strict with the neck, keeping the gaze, the neck centered. And that's a strictness of a physical posture with a good intention of protecting and being safe and being in proper alignment. Now we have Swadhyaya, self-study. And this is interesting because I actually interpret, I don't know if this is accurate, but I interpret this in 2 different ways. There's number 1, making time for your own self-study. And then also self-study, going inwards and looking inwards on yourself, which is something that can be done alone. And it's also something that can be done with supervision or guidance from elsewhere, but it's internal work. Ishvar Pronidhan. Did I say that correctly? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So unconditional faith. This is something that, having been living in Israel since the war broke out on October 7th, I've had to really lean into, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have unconditional faith that as a human, I have a limited capacity to understand the scope of what's happening, specifically with the war, but with everything in life. And that I have to choose to have unconditional faith on some greater power, whether you call it God or the universe or spirit or whatever it is that you identify, that there's unconditional faith in something that's bigger than us, and that whatever it is has good intentions, and that we have to have unconditional faith that there is a bigger picture here that's leading us to something that's positive and light and good, and that us as humans don't have the capacity to see that. We have to have faith in the bigger and that it's good. That's our 5 niyamas. Now we have the third limb of asana, the posture practice. And again, I emphasize the importance of having a daily explicit practice so that you can lean on it as a tool when you need, and keep the practice simple. We just heard the Lord said, you practice for 10-15 minutes a day. It will save you so much disappointment. And it really can be that simple, of 10-15 minutes a day. It can be the same postures every day, even better. Keep it simple. Pranayama, breath control. And just like asana, you want this to be a daily explicit practice. You can use it as a meditation. You can use it as a tool as needed. You can use it just as a daily technique as part of your self-regulation practice. And there's a number of different techniques. I'm not going to get into the specifics right now. Limb 5, pratyahara, returning home to oneself and withdrawal of the senses. This I have found is particularly important in transition periods in life, or perhaps right after a transition when you're in an integration period in your life, to create a sort of cocoon for yourself, or almost like a womb type energy for yourself, to feel really safe and nurtured, and to give yourself an opportunity to be in this space regularly. And
Rina,
I understand. Yeah.
Rina, can you just now quickly flip over all the rest 3 of them? We've run out of time. We need to go to Mumbai, please. So just flick the 6th, 7th, and 8th so people can capture it, please.
Sure, thank you. So Dharana, as you'll see, focusing here on the mudra, keeping the hands.
Perfect. Next one. So the audience can capture it. Yes.
Yeah, dharana, meditation. So here you can see there's many different types of meditation. And then the final limb, samadhi, super consciousness. And traditionally, all you have to do is follow these scientific steps and you will reach samadhi. You don't have to try, you don't have to intend. It's just an effect of following this method.
This is brilliant, Rina. Now this is captured on the recording, so people will go and visit it over there. And let's go from Israel to Mumbai live now, Rina, where our resident yoga guru is there. And he's going to tell us a bit exciting about his book and a bit of yoga. So,
and Rana, I think one of the things that you did absolutely beautifully there was to actually emphasize the need for yamas and niyamas in society. I think a lot of people miss that and they go straight to the asanas and it's not so effective. So once again, global namaste and thank you for highlighting that. And we move over to India, Bharat, where Himanshu Bhai is joining us. A global namaste. And Himanshu Bhai, I believe just this morning, you've actually done some work on your book, again at Crossroads, making of a yogi to just be able to inspire and empower society once again.
So, Riddhi, I don't think he's able to hear us. Let them sort that sound out. We need to move. Maybe you can prompt.
That's fine. So fantastic. So we've actually got Himanshuji, who has done amazing work. He's been trained by some of the best yogis. He's been trained by
Riddhi, if you can prompt Himanshu live on a WhatsApp that he's not got his speakers on, so he can't hear us. We can hear him. Over to you, Riddhi. Unmute yourself, Riddhi. Over to you.
Fantastic. So just to give you a little bit of the background, whilst Himanshuji please sorts out his sound and let us know as soon as you can come back. We are absolutely excited for your session to see what it is that you've got to share with us. I know that we're in for a treat. So as soon as you do sort out your sound, please do come back. In the meantime, I will give our audience a little bit of background into who Himanshu Mehta is and what his background is in yoga. So Himanshu Mehta has been trained by Pratibha Joyce and PKS Iyengar. So it's a very authentic leadership there where we go back to the source. Himanshu ji, are you there with us? Can you unmute? Can you come back?
We have a technical issue. One moment. I'm trying to fix it. Am I audible?
You are audible now. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Instead of laptop, I'm connecting on the phone.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. So, one moment.
So for those of you that don't know, Saturday mornings are very special in Juhu Beach, where Himanshuji does Kar Seva. Kar Seva is the word for it. And this is where he basically shows us yoga and meditation at its deepest root, moving through chakra meditation, through something as simple as Surya Namaskars, which work out the whole body, enabling the whole body to be flexible, enabling the mind to be healthy and strong, to be able to work through whichever issues we have to face in life. Sometimes life circumstances aren't so effective, but he's always got a solution. We see him being a bright, smiling, happy yogi, which is so important in these days now as well, to be able to link the mind and the body together. And the way to do that is through our breath. And through breath control, through pranayama, he's really able to help somebody to overcome even some of the most ills of society. A lot of the times we find when people fall ill, it's because they feel stressed. So we get a lot of health lifestyle problems, we get a lot of stress management issues which happen. And a lot of the times it's by actually working through the healthcare system that we end up looking at what's happening. But the good thing about yoga and Ayurveda is that now we can find an alternative. So medicine is really good for being able to diagnose the problem at the root. We then look to alternatives in health to be able to find the cure. And a lot of the times that cure is by doing simple things. It's through things like getting enough water, getting enough oxygen, knowing how to breathe, how to fill up the lungs, and how to let go and how to detox. It's exactly how Rena was just saying a second ago, where we start to look at the way that the mind thinks. We start to look at those yamas and niyamas in a little bit more detail, isn't it, Rena? We start to change the way that we start to think and the beliefs that we hold as a result.
Definitely, when we have an understanding of embodying the yamas and niyamas, we are definitely able to change the way that we think, that we interact with the world, the way that the world interacts with us. And it's so fascinating to me how yoga, like how the practice of yoga allows us to embody these things in the practice, and then it's so much easier to take it into our daily lives.
Fantastic. And what has been your daily experience with that? Once you've actually started to do yoga, you started to embed the yamas and the niyamas into your practical life. How has your life changed as a result?
It's such a good question. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to answer. It's actually I'm giving my truthful, honest answer is that I first studied the yamas and niyamas 7 and 8 years ago.
Right.
And then and that's when after that I started teaching yoga, and I put my books away on a shelf, and every now and then maybe I would open them, but I was not consciously thinking about the yamas and niyamas for probably 7 years. And just this last year, I was given an opportunity to actually create a yoga teacher training program. So I took out all of my books as I'm working on that. And I opened up the section about the yamas and niyamas, and I started writing, and it was so profound for me to read them and just reflect with myself and say, oh my goodness, 7, 8 years ago, I'd never come across these concepts. I didn't know what it even really meant to embody them. And now I can see so many different ways that it just naturally came a part of my life. And how it's hard for me to say it in one and on one foot, but just the being able to see how I've grown in the way that I show up as a teacher, and the way that I care for myself, and the way that other people view me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've just actually had a practice ourselves at Yokulam. So Yokulam is an organization that is being built up for yoga teachers to be able to expand their practice. So what we find is a lot of the times when people come to yoga, they're really good and really established in the asanas, but they don't have the background theory. They don't have the background philosophy to be able to fulfill those needs of society. So a lot of the times it's about taking a step back and looking at things on a ground level, and exactly how you've just done there, to be able to delve into the Vedas, to be able to delve into those books, to be able to pick out what are the links there between the Eastern psychology and the Western philosophy, or the other way around, the Eastern philosophy and the Western psychology, to
Thank
be
you,
able to
Riddhi.
then start to find the trends.
Really, thank you. That's wonderful. We have Professor Ish Sharma here as well, who is going to be there in a couple of hours doing his own session with meditation and millets. But let's see what yoga means to him and to Kenya. So we've got Israel, London, Mauritius, India, Kenya right now over here. For a minute or two, let's get their opinion while Himanshu is trying to sort his sound out. Over to you, Riddhi, Amrita,
Yes,
and Ish.
absolutely. So a global namaste, Professor Ish Sharma ji. How are you today?
Very fine,
Global
Riddhi. Thank you very
namaste,
much.
sir.
Global namaste, Amrita, Neil, all the team. Such a small, close group. Wonderful seeing you all.
Thank you so much. And I know you do a lot of work with Ayush Ministry in Mauritius as well. Tell us, how have the International Yoga celebrations been?
Yeah, we had a like long series of functions which was stretching over 8 weeks. It was not the yoga day, and we did many things for last 1 month, and we'll be continuing for the next 1 month as well. Wonderful to see Miss Rena's presentation. Wonderful work at Israel. Maybe if you allow me, your first slide would require a little correction where you included the yamas and niyamas. So yama, there were like ahimsa and non-violence, which is a translation, and you had both separately. So you can just double check that once more. Ahimsa and non-violence, you can keep one only. And satyasya aparigraha and brahmacharya. So one, like Ayurveda came after the yoga school of philosophy. There were 6 original schools of philosophy, and the 6 schools which believed in Vedas. The word yoga, first of all, comes in Rig Veda, and the way we practice yoga today, it comes from one Upanishad, Mahopanishad, which mentions the yoga in the same manner as we do. And Ayurveda and yoga are like very much intertwined. Charak was a lot inspired by the yoga philosophy. And interestingly, in the yam, there is one concept called aparigraha, that is like non-possessiveness. You should not be, holding. You should not be purchasing everything. You should not be greedy. So aparigraha. Charak mentions, why do we fall ill? Then his like response is pravritti to parigraha. That is, we all are taken ill only by the tendency of this holding, stuffing, accumulation. That is where if we let things go, if we don't if we are not greedy for, or we are not overly possessive, we will not be taken ill because our mental strength will be like much higher, stress level will be much lower, and we'll really enjoy the life. So wonderful seeing this yoga talk by Miss Rena, and over to you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Amrita Reddy.
Thank you, Professor Ishama,
Thank you.
for your beautiful words and enlightenment there. Himanshu ji, we're going to come back over to you. Can you unmute? Himanshu ji, we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Yes.
please.
Okay. A lot of technical chaos here.
Global Namaste, Himanshu. Can you landscape your video we still have 15 minutes, so just chit chat about your book and everything. That's good enough for us. And Shubha in Kenya, namaste, and wonderful to have you.
Shubha, namaste, Shubha.
I love the outreach
Let's
that you are doing while Himanshu is sorting his camera out. Shubhan, we'll also chit chat to you in a moment or so. But it's wonderful that you are doing so much yoga in Kenya and a wonderful safari that you have planned in August, which is going to be something very beautiful. Let's go to Himanshu in Mumbai. And if he unmutes, and we still got 15 minutes. So over to you, Himanshu. Riddhi,
Yeah,
take it over.
I'm so sorry. I had lined up the program and it's all got.
No worries, Himanshu-ji, you are here with us now, and we truly appreciate your presence with us. Please tell
Thank
us,
you,
what do you have to share with us today?
sir. And happy International Week of Yoga to everybody in the family of Healing Our Earth.
Happy International Yoga Day to you too.
Yeah. So, can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Before I start a yoga session, of course, we don't have time for the yoga session now. So, I want to ask, why should we practice yoga? What's the benefit? So, if anyone can type the answer in chat box or raise your hand, I can sort of speak out.
Well, I think the benefit of yoga is to connect deeper with ourselves. When
Yes.
we connect deeper
Okay.
with ourselves, we can connect deeper with nature and the world around us too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, most of us consider yoga is for good health, and yes, yoga is known to provide good health. Why so? Because at a gross level, it shields us from two living hells on this planet. Can you guess which one are those? Rich? The two living hells on this planet.
Go ahead, Himanshu, tell us what they are. Let's educate our people. Thank you.
Okay, it's hospital and judiciary or the police, what we say. Why so? Because they take over the charge of us and our body, and with no choice, we have to helplessly accept whatever way they mess up with us. Isn't it right? During COVID times, we saw many of our friends and relatives got admitted, but never to return. There's something known Vivek Khyati in yoga, which means power of discrimination between what's right and what's not. It can help us to create a well-balanced lifestyle. You see, this body is capable of functioning for over 100 years, but we sabotage this body. All we need to follow is a yogic lifestyle. These days, as we observe, heart attacks have become very common, especially among the youngsters. And we we see the youngsters. The latest news I heard was a 12-year-old girl getting a heart attack and she died. We hear of the many of the youth celebrities suddenly passing out in the gym, but we never heard of anyone having a heart attack while practicing yoga in a proper way. So actually speaking, 25 or 30 years ago, heart attacks were suffered by people of 45 and above. The third reason for me to practice yoga is I practice for my own ego crash. We all have ego. Ahankara is one of the 25 tattvas of what we are really made of. But ego principles should mean identity and not pride or arrogance. Abhiman is detrimental, but Swabhiman, self-respect is good. We all know about Ravana, a super intelligent and super scholar of Vedas who was on the verge of becoming God. But his superhuman arrogance destroyed him completely. I have mentioned in my book that buddhi, that is intellect, and ahankar, they play seesaw. You know, when ahankar goes down, the buddhi goes up. And when the Ahankar goes up, the buddhi goes down. As we say, Vinas Kale Viprit Buddhi.
So this
So,
is actually really amazing. I think you're touching on something very deep here, Imanshiji, because if I may say that actually, if we look at what's happened in the West, we can see a very much a discrepancy here of the healthcare system. What we're seeing is a decline in health over time, where the healthcare system cannot put up with the demands of what's happening in society. Now, if we look at the Eastern world, where people have been practicing yoga, they've been practicing meditation, but not only that, their lifestyle as well is completely different. The way that they conduct themselves in society is completely different. So, for example, they'll be sitting in Rajasana, having their meals on the floor. They won't have comfy chairs, they won't have comfy tables. Rajasana, as we all know, helps their system to be able to digest the food better. It helps to light up the Agni within ourselves. So these kind of things basically show us that in the West, whilst people have just been practicing physical exercises for the sake of practicing physical exercises, yoga goes a lot deeper. And that's what the Eastern philosophy has shown us, is that where we basically connect with our energy, where we connect with those centers, and where we're looking beyond just the physical. We're looking at a connection between the physical, the mental, the spiritual, the energetic. We start to see a whole different dimension opening up. People are starting to be a lot healthier. They're starting to be able to not just food for the body, but also food for the mind, food for the energy. And it has such a beautiful effect in society because they've come to the conclusion to put dharma first. So then it becomes dharma, artha, kama, moksha, and not the other way around. And how beautiful is that? Is that something that you can expand on, please?
yeah. So the time is quite short. So I want to demonstrate the yoga asanas, but we can skip it for this time. I'm sorry about that. But let me conclude the talk with excerpts from my authored book, Making of a Yogi. So my book is unique, presenting variety of flavors of yoga unknown to general masses. It is like micro encyclopedia of yoga, covering 360 degrees bird's eye view of entire yoga science. My book is academic as well as pragmatic. Readers will find education and solutions for each and every problem that they may be facing, be it fitness, strength, flexibility, weight loss, mental peace, meditation, improving eyesight, getting rid of spectacles. I got rid of spectacles wearing 3.5 number in 1 month's time by just reviving Chakshu Yoga, which I had learned years ago. Then jet lag, better and meaningful sex, progeny of superior breed, philanthropy, Karseva, metaphysics, philosophy, psychology, mystic and supernatural powers, brahmacharya, kundalini, etc. And finally, liberation from suffering. This book works like a Google map for the practitioner to assist whichever level or destination of yoga a practitioner would like to reach. When you read, it will be like a treasure hunt. So now we see India is in the forefront, and India has given a gift of yoga to the world. India is now preaching the world for solidarity with its powerful mantra Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning, of course, this entire world is one family. When we embrace the concept of the world as one family, selfishness dissipates and selflessness prevails. Let us practice selfishness, let us practice and promote selflessness, eradicating ego and greed. If yoga philosophy becomes a way of life for humans, then our blue planet will surely become heaven on earth. Healing our earth will be yoga se hi hoga. Yeah.
Beautiful, Himanshuji. Yoga se hi hoga. Absolutely. And isn't it just incredible to see even how in the healthcare system itself, during COVID, because I know you were quite instrumental to help people during these times as well. Whilst people actually had COVID happening, it was a lot of the underlying problems behind it was stress related. So a lot of those things, by actually practicing yoga, by practicing meditation, by coming to a center, feeling centered within themselves, they were able to let go of a lot of the stress related illnesses. Is that something that you found too?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have given sessions to some of the corporates, and they were really amazed that it worked pretty well for them, the stress part of it, and their productivity has increased a lot.
Amazing. And even at Crossroads, I saw actually a video of how you are helping the workers to be able to stretch their body, to be able to stretch their minds instead of just being sitting at a desk for long amounts of time, and to do things like Gurumukhasana and to be able to stretch the arms, stretch the shoulders, stretch the neck. And just the beauty of actually being able to take out a few minutes. It's only a few minutes to do a couple of stretches. But even those few minutes go a long way, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, of course. And I would say people, if they can take out just even 15 minutes, that can make a big difference in their life. I strongly recommend to take out 6.5% of their time for me, myself, you know, for their physical and mental practices. So 6.5% comes to 90 minutes. I think that should be good enough for all of us. And that will ensure to score a century, 100 years to live on this planet.
Beautiful. And we can actually see, Himanshuji, even at your age, how flexible you are, not just in the body, not much through physical strength, but also the flexibility that you have in your mind as well to overcome challenges that you may face too. Neil Kumar, what are your thoughts on this?
Himanshu, your book is taking Mumbai by storm. We saw the reel, what happened at the crossword, and they actually plugged it live on their digital screen over there. How did it feel that it took you so many years and you wanted to create an encyclopedia in the modern terminology? What was going on through your mind as you were signing the autographs?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, of course, our dear friend Mickey Mehta has been very helpful to me, and he has motivated me. He said, "You've got a lot of things inside you. You've done a lot of work on yoga. Why don't you start now showing it to the public? And why don't you write a book?" And that's what made me write the book. And I think it's doing. And of course, you are also a great inspiration. So even if at times I feel okay now, let me slow down. But then again, I look at you, look at Mickey Mehta. It really motivates me a lot. And I would say it is really immense pleasure, because whenever I take session and people come up and discuss about their problems and their troubles, and they find uh, the session that I give very soothing for them, that really gives me inner peace. So the book, what I've received in return is immense peace, and that's the biggest wealth for me at the moment, really.
And Himanshu, which is the best chapter or a section that you like that brings the nostalgia in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, of course, yoga begins from between the 2 years. So that's Chitta, one of the most difficult chapter, and that chapter for me to write took a lot of time, because for me to understand and to simplify it and put it for the book, that was a big challenge. So I would say whoever reads my book, please read Chitta, and then you will have better understanding of all the rest of the things what I've mentioned, and it will be an eye opener for you.
And
It will be
Himanshu, you read a blessings from so many Swamis and MPs and even Bollywood actors. maybe
Yes.
it's the right time to get blessings from Swami Sailendra over here as well. He's the next guest. Maybe we can just say hello to him. Amrita, over to you. And
Sure.
Swamiji, give blessings to our Himanshu Mehta. He's writing with his book, The Making of a Yogi, over there. Amrita, please introduce Swami and he can.
Thank you.
Himanshu.
Thank you, Himanshu ji. Global Namaste, Swami ji.
Global Namaste, Amrita ji.
For all our viewers who are watching us at different channels, Swami Shailendra ji is younger brother of Osho. He joined Osho's neo-sannyas movement in 1971. He went to Oregon, USA in 1981 and lived with Osho till 1985. He came back to India and served in Oriental paper mills at Madhya Pradesh as a chief medical officer between 1986 to 99. Swamiji went back to Osho commune, Pune, during August 1989, and during the last days of Osho leaving his body, he was with him. From January 2005, for almost 12 years, his discourses were broadcasted on various subjects on Astha channel. His discourses are available in numerous books, series, as well as videos. Since 2019 onwards, his work has been taken a new vision and path in the form of Osho fragrance, whereby the practices of all these techniques that were told by Osho are being conducted specially, and Swami Shailendra ji will tell us more and will throw more light on the wisdom of Osho in today's episode of International Yoga Day. Global namaste to you and a very
Just before Swami does that, Swamiji, bless our Himanshu Mehta in Mumbai, where he every Saturday does a curd seva and free, again, of course, it's a free of charge, on the Juhu beach. So whenever you go to Mumbai, please do visit him. He will be connected through you via Amrita pretty shortly. And do bless him. And his book is actually now gaining storm there in Mumbai. So please bless him. There is a book.
My
The
best
Making of a
wishes to
Yogi.
you. All my best wishes. And please, you can join my friend Swami Anand Kamlesh. You may know him by his legal name, Kamlesh Pandey, the famous script writer of the Hindi movies. He has given more than 20 super hit films. He is also conducting dynamic meditation of Osho at Juhu Beach since 21st March of this year. So you may join hands with each other and can spread meditation and yoga.
That's
So
wonderful.
again,
I would
my
like
best
to take
wishes.
his number from Neil Kumar ji. I'll take contact details and I would love to meet him.
Swamiji, that's a wonderful gesture from you. And Himanshu, Amrita will facilitate that. Let's grow our family. Swami also loves growing family and he supports people. And he's already offered you that he will make sure that this facilitation can be done so that we can make sure we can grow our group. Swami also blessed our Riddhi Vyas, who is here on the screen. She is the yoga and meditation coordinator at Healing Our Earth. And also sitting in Kenya is Shubha Nair, who is our Mombasa Healing Our Earth rep down there. So please bless everybody. And Amrita, take it over and let's get Swami's Gyan on yoga.
Yes, my blessings to all of you. All the best wishes to whatever the work you are doing for the good of our planet Earth, for the whole humanity. Meditation and yoga can serve a lot. Okay?
Thank you, Swamiji. And what are we listening to you today? You're always full of so much of wisdom and light that you throw, and everybody feels so pleased to have you and hear you.
So
So
I will start by telling you that Osho has given 100 discourse on Patanjali's yoga, and the title of the book is Yoga, the Alpha and the Omega, means spirituality from A to Z, from Alpha and Omega. And this has been published in English in 10 volumes, each book containing 10 discourses. And the same has been translated in Hindi as Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So I would like to show just 1 minute video film which covers all these book cover pages of Hindi and English titles. Just wait a minute.
अथ योगानुशासनम् आओ जाने हम अब अनुशासन योग का आओ जाने हम अब अनुशासन योग का चित्त से वियोग का आत्मा से योग का चित्त से वियोग का आत्मा से योग का आओ जाने हम आओ जाने जहाँ खड़े हम लहराता संसार समंदर चल हंसा उस देश जहाँ है मान सरोवर जहाँ खड़े हम लहराता संसार समंदर चल हंसा उस देश जहाँ है मान सरोवर आओ जाने आओ जाने
All Osho literature has been translated in many of the Indian languages, as well as more than 50 languages of other countries. So Osho has given such a detailed perspective on yoga. I would like to just say, inform you in very short. The first thing we have to understand, yoga is not a philosophy. Philosophy means love of thinking. Yoga is not about thinking. It is not a thought process. Yoga is something to be experimented. It is like a science. Osho calls yoga as the science of the soul, the science of the consciousness. So it is not a philosophy like there are so many philosophies in the world. Second thing, yoga is not connected with any nation or religion. Of course, it was discovered by Patanjali, an Indian, a Hindu, but that does not make yoga Hindu or Indian. For example, the electricity was discovered by a Christian. That does not mean that electricity is Christian or electricity is American. No, electricity is just a science. Everyone can use it. So same way we have to accept yoga as a universal science of the consciousness. Anybody can practice it. It has nothing to do with any language, country, or religion, or sect. Otherwise, we make things limited into a specific area. Third thing is to understand yoga is not a kind of therapy. Most of the people in the world think yoga as some kind of physiotherapy for having a good health and a flexible body. Of course, by practicing asana, we can have flexible body. We may have a better health, but that is not the target of yoga. The word yoga itself means a union. When the consciousness merges into the super consciousness, the cosmic consciousness, that is the union of the individual with the universal consciousness. So this has nothing to do with the physical body and its health. The health may be a byproduct. That is not the main target. So it's not good to teach and preach and propagate yoga as a practice of good health. No, it is part of spirituality. It is not part of a hospital. If it is only limited for physical health, there should be a department of yoga, just like physiotherapy, in each hospital. Then it will not be part of the temple. not the part of spirituality. So please remember, it is not a philosophy. It is not a religion. It has nothing to do with any nation. And it is not just for health. It is for some higher value, union of the one with the whole. It is just like a river disappears into the ocean. The river is no more there, only ocean is there. Similarly, what I think as my soul, my consciousness, my Atma, it merges, it melts and becomes one with godliness, the cosmic consciousness, with the Brahma. I am no more there. Only Brahma is there. So this is called yoga. Now, there are 8 limbs of yoga I would like to mention in very short. The first one is yam. Yam means what a spiritual practitioner should not do. And second is niyam, the discipline the spiritual seeker has to follow. So these are don'ts and do's. Yam means don'ts. Niyam means do's. Just for example, a diabetic patient goes to a doctor. The doctor gives him prescription. So there are 2 things in the instructions given by the doctor. First is what not to do, what not to eat. And second is what to do. You have to take this medicine, you have to take this injection, you have to do exercise, you have to reduce weight, come back to normal weight. So there are do's and don'ts. And if we follow both, only then we can get rid of diabetes or control the diabetes, otherwise not. If a patient says, okay, I will take the medicine and injection, but I will not follow the instructions. You are saying don't eat ice cream and don't eat sweets. I will keep on eating sweets. The doctor will say, global namaste, please never come back to me. I will not treat you. This is not possible. You have to follow both. So similarly, yam and niyam, what a seeker should do and what a seeker should not do. Third is asana. Patanjali has mentioned only 3 words, sthiram sukham asanam, a position in which you can be comfortable. There is no stress, no tension, no pain. So you can forget the body. Sthiram, you can be static for a longer period. You can be static, non-moving only when you are comfortable. If you are feeling some pain or discomfort, you will like to change the position and again and again. So asana is simply defined in 3 words. Be comfortable so you can be in a non-moving posture for some time. That is called asana. What I see on television screens and YouTube channels, yogis are doing so many kinds of asanas. You cannot be comfortable when you are doing a headstand. You cannot be static for a long time. So that is not the posture for meditation or yoga. So please find out your own comfortable posture. It may be a little different for each individual. It depends on the age. It depends on our habits since childhood. If somebody has been sitting on the ground in a warm country like India, so it is comfortable for him. For a Western person living in a cold country who never took this asana, he always sat on the chair. There is no need to practice Padmasana or Sukhasana or any asana of sitting posture. You can do meditation in sitting on the chair, no problem. So for each person, it will be a little different, and with your own wisdom, you please find out your own asana. There is no need to learn from anybody. The fourth is pranayam. Pranayam also, we can learn few techniques, but finally you have to discover your own suitable pranayam, a particular breathing pattern which helps you to feel more energetic. This may be different for different people, different from males, different for females. It may change with your age. In a teenager, it may be different. When you become young, it may be different breathing pattern. When you become elder, the breathing pattern may change. So whatever gives you feeling of more energy, that is the right pranayam for you. So you can try a few tricks and figure out your own. Sometimes you have to make up your own. Then comes the fifth point, pratyahar. It is the same as Jain people in Japan call returning to the source. Our consciousness is like a lamp through which the light is radiating outwardly through our sense organs. We have become occupied outside. We have become extrovert. If this energy, this light of consciousness comes back to ourself, that is pratyahar. Bhagwan Mahavira has called it pratikraman. We know one word, akraman or atikraman, when we have taken possession of somebody else's property, atikraman. Pratikraman is just opposite. We are coming back to ourselves. The same is called pratyahar in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So these 5 points are called by Patanjali as Bahir Ang, the outer steps of the yoga. Now starts the real temple. After climbing these 5 steps, we reach to a platform. Sixth is dharana, contemplation, concentration. When you are concentrating on one subject, you are focused, you forget all about the rest of the world. Only one point, one subject is important for you. So there is a duality. You are there, the watcher, and the subject, the object which you are watching. So in dharana, contemplation, there is duality. Then comes meditation. Now forget about that object. Just be aware of this watchful consciousness, your subjective awareness. This is meditation. Many people get confused between concentration and meditation. So please remember, in concentration, there is duality. There is an object and you are the subject focusing on it. In meditation, the object is dropped. The object helped us to forget the whole world. We came to one point and now we drop even that point. Now what is left? It's only you, your consciousness. This is called meditation. In meditation, there is no duality. Just a witnessing consciousness without any object. You can call it thoughtless awareness. Now, the eighth limb of the yoga, the final, the climax, the crescendo, it's samadhi. Samadhi is the union. Even you disappear. In dharana, there was duality, object and subject. In dhyan, only subject is there, object has disappeared. And in samadhi, even the subject has disappeared. Ramakrishna Paramhans used to say, he used to give one example. Just imagine a snowman or a man made of salt has come near the ocean and somebody has told, this is your origin and this is your final destiny. You have come, you are born out of ocean and finally you will disappear in the ocean. The snowman or the salt man is sitting on the bank of the ocean, watching the ocean, but there is duality. When the snowman jumps in the ocean, it starts melting, merging, dissolving. This is the process of meditation. And finally, a point comes, the snowman, the salt man is no more there. It has become ocean itself. Similarly, a seeker becomes God oneself. This is the final crescendo of the yoga, samadhi. Patanjali has divided samadhi in many steps. It's better to understand those words. The literal meaning itself is self-explanatory. For example, savikalp samadhi and nirvikalp samadhi, sampragyat and asampragyat samadhi, savichar samadhi, nirvichar samadhi, sabij samadhi, and nirbij samadhi. Nirbij samadhi is the last one. Bij means seeds. In our consciousness, there are seeds of desire. Because of those seeds, we keep on taking birth again and again. When this body is finished, the consciousness moves with the seeds. It has unfulfilled desires, so it takes another birth to fulfill the desire, because the physical body and mind is needed to fulfill the desire. We will continue this ongoing journey of life and death till we have the seeds of desires. Nirbij samadhi means seedless samadhi. Now, the desires are finished. No more desire. Then this will be the last birth. When such a man, such a yogi dies, he never comes back again into body because there is no need. He has no desire to fulfill. All his desires are fulfilled. He's totally contented and satisfied. So these are the 8 limbs, you can call 8 steps of yoga. But better word is Ashtanga Yoga. When we use the word Ang, it means parts, not steps. When we say steps, we always think of a sequence. We have to get on step 1, then we have to go on step 2, then 3, 4, similarly 5, 6, 7, 8, one by one. This is a wrong idea because many people who start the journey of yoga, they get stumbled at first or second step, or at the most third or fourth step. They keep on practicing asana and pranayam. This life is short, 70 or 80 years. And you may never become a perfect person in yam, niyam, asana, pranayam. And you will keep on thinking that when these are finished, then I will jump over the 5th step. Then the antaranga, the inner parts of the yoga, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. That's why I say this is wrong idea that these are steps. No, these are not steps. These are limbs, as we have hands and feet and heart and lungs and eyes and ears. These are all parts of one biological unit. And wherever my body will go, all these limbs, all these parts, all these organs will go together simultaneously. So we have to think about these 8 limbs as one biological unit. We have to practice everything simultaneously. Sometimes people ask me why Osho teaches meditation to newcomers. It is the 7th step. Is there a shortcut? You can directly go to meditation bypassing all these. 6 steps? Yes, you can do that. If you get a glimpse of meditation, the thoughtless awareness, the peacefulness and the blissfulness of it, then it will be easier to practice the lower limbs, because now you have a taste which attracts you. That experience of bliss dissolving in the ocean just for a few seconds or minutes, that is enough to keep attracting you all the time. You will remember again and again and again. And then you will be ready to practice all other parts, all other limbs of the yoga, so that you can remain permanently dissolved in the ocean. So it is good to get a glimpse of meditation and samadhi. That's what we are teaching here in Osho Dhyan Mandir, Sonipat, Haryana in India. We are having 2-week classes here every month. And for other 2 weeks, I just go around in other cities and teach. Just on this 29th June, I will go to Samarthgarh. It is a hill station near Pune, about 1 hour away from the Pune, natural place, lonely place. And we have a beautiful ashram there. And there we will have 2 weeks, 1 week for practice of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, the tantric techniques given by Lord Shiva to Devi Parvati, and 1 week we will practice Maharshi Patanjali's yoga. And combination of these two does the miracle. Yoga alone may not be so interesting for many people. Tantra alone may not be interesting for many people. But combination of both, this is something new Osho has given to us. Combination of both. Start with yoga technique and finally relax into tantric technique. Yoga is active, tantra is passive. Yoga is like masculine energy and tantra is like feminine energy. And each human being is made of mother and father. Everybody has both qualities, what the Chinese call yin and yang. So we have both qualities. And unless we satisfy the both qualities of our intrinsic nature, we cannot be really contented. Doing only yoga is half the way. Practicing only tantra is again only half the way. If we can join both, then things are very interesting, very juicy, and everybody will enjoy it. So this is what I have to tell you. In the last 2 minutes, I would like to play a small video. The song sung by Ma Amrit Priya, Aao Jaane Hum, you have already heard. Now the next song is Aao Kare Yog Hum. Just wait for a few seconds.
आओ करें योग हम, 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 आओ करें योग हम। पतंजलि महावीर का, पथ्य बुद्ध नानक कबीर का।
कृष्ण पतंजलि महावीर का, पति बुद्ध नानक कबीर का।
ब्रह्म से करे संयोग हम, आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम,
आओ करे योग हम,
आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम,
आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम,
आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम,
आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग हम, आओ करे योग
So thank you very much for giving me a chance to share my feelings with everyone.
Thank you, Swamiji. This is so nice and so pleasing, in fact. And we will not let you go before you give us a small meditation tip. And in today's time, when people feel so stressed, can you tell our viewers a small relaxation tip जिसको लेके एकदम सुकून आ जाए?
The simplest meditation is, which you can do anywhere, no special time is needed. Just listen meditatively. Some sound is happening all the time, whether you are in a house or office or in a natural place or sitting in the garden. Some bird is chirping, wind is blowing, something is happening. Just listen, close your eyes. You can do it just now. Whatever you are hearing, hear with great awareness, sensitivity, and lovingness. Accept it, what is happening. That's what I mean. Listen with love. There should be no enmity, no hostility. Accept, enjoy whatever sound is coming to you. And see your mind is becoming calm and quiet. That's what Patanjali says. Yog Chit Vritti Nirodha. Disappearance of mind. Cessation of thinking process is yoga. It is not a physical exercise. Cessation of mind. When you listen, your mind becomes thoughtless. You are fully aware as in danger, yet you are fully relaxed as in sleep. The combination of awareness and relaxation is meditation, and this can be achieved by listening. Continue. By practicing passive listening, soon a fortunate moment comes when you start listening the sound of Om, the celestial music, the existential sound, that is the sound of godliness. Maharshi Patanjali calls it Pranav, That is the Sanskrit word for sound, pranav. And he says, Tash vachkah pranavah. Pranav is the sound of God. It indicates towards the supreme consciousness. It is not a physical sound as we are aware of the sounds in the world. It is the sound of consciousness. Sometimes you can just put all the electrical equipments off. For example, the fan and air conditioner, everything off just for 5 minutes and listen. And you will very easily catch hold of the pranav. And that's the entry door in spirituality.
Thank you, Swami, for opening the door. And right now, we are hearing only you, which is so soothing, calming, and spiritually enhanced. Before we let you go, Swami, let's have a minute comment from each, from Himanshu, Riddhi, and Lovelina, who will be the next host over here. So, Himanshu, your comment and how you felt with Swami and the fact you will be connected to his colleague over there, which is going to be very useful for you. Himanshu, your comment, please.
Yes, it was, I would say, soothing experience. And I would love to meet Swami as soon as possible. I'll try to catch up with his center and fix up an appointment with him. I'd love to meet him and present my book also to him.
Thank you.
In fact, I had one question, but if we have time,
please
then
go
I
ahead.
can ask. Should I?
Please go ahead.
Okay. Swamiji, as we say, Yam and Niyam are the 10 commandments of yoga. So you think if the majority of the population were following Yam and Niyam, would we have crime, wars, or anything of that sort? Because I'm always confused whether humans are born for destruction or creation.
As we see all around, if we look into the history of human beings all over the world, it seems we are born for destruction. We are doing wars and wars and wars. That's the whole history of the whole humankind. Very few people like Patanjali or Mahavira or Kabira or Ramakrishna Paramhans or Osho. Only very few people, but these are rare people. They are not the part of the rule. They are exception of the rule. So you are rightly saying that people in majority, they are just busy in violence, in possessions, in attachments, jealousy, enmity, on individual level as well on social level and national level and international level. Only violence is going on. And the science is supporting it, all the politicians are supporting it. Rarely, exceptionally, somebody becomes interested in oneself. He turns inwards, and of course, then he's practicing ahimsa. He's no more interested in others, in possessions, parigraha, chori. So he follows the yam and then the niyam because he is interested in oneself, self-knowledge, self-realization. So he's in a way getting detached from the worldly things and moving inward. So this inner journey makes it possible to follow yam and niyam. A person who is not interested in self-realization or God realization, he can never, never, never follow yam and niyam because he is extrovert. And to be extrovert means You have to be possessive, you have to be jealous, you have to compete, you have to compare with others, and finally, all that will lead to violence. Okay.
Thank you, Swami. And Himanshu's niyam is very clear. He loves spreading love, unity, and harmony. So he is on the right path there. Give him blessing. Riddhi, your comment for Swami before we move on to Lavlina, and then we've got another special guest. We're going to go to Canada for Vasa, where Jeffrey Armstrong leads Vedic Academy of Science and Arts. So we've got a lot of exciting people coming on. Riddhi, your comment with our special guest Swami, please.
Global Namaste, Swamiji. So I had a question for you. And that question is, when we turn inwards, when we're reflecting on ourselves, is that truly where we form the Sat, the experiences from within, which form our reality? Is that when we are one with Bhagwan, one with Paramatma?
Yes, when we were in mother's womb, we had no idea of our self, our ego, our personality. We have no name, no thought, nothing. We were one with the whole cosmos through mother. We didn't know even mother. We were not aware of ourselves. But after birth, after separation from the mother, within next 3-4 years, the ego came in. Ego means I am separate from the existence. So first, the separation was from the mother. The child became separate and independent biological unit, which can survive without mother. And gradually, particularly after learning language, it became clear that I am somebody else. The whole world is something else. They are others. I am myself. So here the separation starts from God. The more egoistic we become, more separate from the God. But if we go back, we do pratyahar, returning to the source, we will reach in samadhi into the same state as we were in the mother's womb. No feeling of I, no feeling of self. But there is godliness. Brahma is there, the cosmic superconsciousness, without any I and thou. So samadhi is going back to the same feeling which we already knew. Later on, we forgot it. We became too much busy, overoccupied in the world, and forgot our own intrinsic nature. So it's like that.
Thank you, Swami. You brought a smile on Riddhi's face. She has got the calmness on her. And Swami, can you bless Lavlina here, who is our next contributor? And please give her a blessing so she can have a nice, smooth time at healing our earth. And also to our Shubha, who is in Mombasa in Kenya. So Lavlina, take a blessing from
Hari Om, Namaskar,
All my blessings, Ashirwad.
Namaskar, Hari Om, Swamiji. I need your blessings.
All my blessings and good wishes for you.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Continue your spiritual journey till you come to know God as the sound of Om. That is the final target. Okay.
There you are, Lavlina. You've got your final target now. Follow your journey till you hear the sound of Om from the Almighty. Subha, take a blessing from the Swami here. You were so pleased that you were in the same platform. You are in Mombasa. Hopefully, sometimes when he comes to Africa, we can host him over there. So, Subha, take a blessing, please.
Swamiji, please, your blessings are required. I also look forward to seeing you sometime in Kenya. We would love to have you here.
If you will invite me, sure, I will come.
We will,
arrange a meditation camp there. In
Yes.
this year, I have planned to go to USA and Canada in August, September. So maybe next year I can come to your country.
Wonderful, wonderful. We'll plan for that, Swamiji.
You can connect with me by my WhatsApp number, which is 70-273-27372. So you can send me a message. We can plan for next year.
Swamiji Amrita will facilitate there because she has got all the social media and she will facilitate, and Amrita and Shubha are from the same team. As you say, maybe next year or year after, we should plan a retreat where Shubha is an expert on it. She's actually doing one retreat right in August where the main migration takes place in the safari. Shubha, thank you very much. Swamiji, a global namaste to you. You are a wonderful soul. May Earth bless you all the time. You bring so much spirituality, energy, the aura that you bring. As I said, the Earth bless you, Swamiji.
And I invite you all to come to India. My place, Sonipat, is just 1.5 hours from New Delhi airport. So you can easily approach here. Nice ashram, beautiful greenery all around, and very meditative people. Please come. You are
Himanshu Swamiji Himanshu is already planning his journey and to come and give you a book someday. He will be in touch with you and all the other team members. Maybe next year or year after, maybe we can plan a retreat there. Swamiji, global namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you very much.
Namaste.
Wow, isn't it wonderful? Swamiji always comes and brings lots of energy. Himanshu, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Himanshu, if you got time, stay around. Let's listen to what Lovelina has got for us. We've got 15 minutes for you, Lovelina. Riddhi, over to you.
Am I audible? Hari
Yes,
Om. Am I
Lovelina,
audible?
you're audible. That's
Hari Om,
fine.
Global Namaste. Just to
Global
introduce
Namaste,
Lovelina
Riddhi.
first to our global audience, which I think is so important because she does so much beautiful work. She's learnt classical music over the last 10 years, a decade. She also is part of a meditation group with Brahma Kumaris, which she has done over the last 8 years, and she performs globally around the world. So a global namaste to you,
Global
lovely.
Namaste, Riddhi
Thank you
ji.
so much for joining us.
Hari Om.
Hari Om. And please do share with us what you will be singing today.
Yes, I just wanted to say first a few words about yoga. The word yoga means connection with the divine. Yoga is a spiritual discipline which brings harmony between mind and body. The word yog is a Sanskrit word which means a union with the higher power. The prime objective of yoga is self-realization to overcome suffering and attain nirvana or mukti. Yoga denotes the union of the individual consciousness with the universal consciousness, as Swamiji just now said. And yoga is ancient, it is thousands of years back. Shiva is viewed as the main yogi or Adi yogi or principal guru, Lord Shiva. Yoga was seen even in the pre-Vedic times, 2700 BC, and our Bhagavad Gita illustrates the Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Karma Yoga. So, and according to Patanjali, yoga is the journey of the self through to the self and through to the self again. So it's basically self-discovery so that we can alleviate our suffering through recognizing the self. And we don't need to go to external pressures. So it's just realizing yourself. And yoga is the journey of the self, through the self, to the self, as Maharishi Patanjali said. So
And isn't it also just beautiful how the Bhagavad Gita is a book on Bhakti Yoga? It brings together so beautifully all of the different forms of yoga, Karma
Yes.
Yoga, Gnana Yoga, Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga. But
Yes.
initially, it's a book on devotion between Shri Krishna and Arjun on the Kurukshetra. And it's beautiful how you've just mentioned there, how all of the different yogas come together for somebody to be able to find their own path. And I believe that one of the paths that you have chosen is a classical bhakti yoga, which enables you to really form that wisdom from within and to connect with Bhagwan when you sing.
Yes. So basically, our music, the seven notes emanate from nature, sare, gama, pada, ni. So when we connect with nature, we are connecting with divinity. So basically, we again connecting with the cosmos, and it's the spiritual consciousness we connect with. So as Swamiji said as well, if you go inwards, you find peace, and you find peace from nature, you find peace from divinity. So it's all interrelated. Cosmic consciousness. So I'll just sing one of, this is a composition which is based in Rag Bhopali, which is a raga of 5 notes. And it's a composition which is dedicated to Lord Shiva. And since we were talking about Lord Shiva being the Adi Yogi, he used to really meditate a lot, as we all know. I mean, so I'll just sing that Rag Bhopali, a composition set to Rag Bhopali.
Please go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I do not have instruments with me, so I'm not going to be perfect pitch, but I will
That's
try my
fine.
best.
Here at
Yeah,
Healing
yeah,
Our Earth, our ethos is just
yeah,
to make you feel comfortable.
yeah.
So
But
please
it's
do
again
go ahead and
sounds of
share with us.
nature, it's all, and Om, which is the greatest sound, is also nature driven. It's nature. So we're connecting with nature, we're connecting with the divine consciousness.
Yes.
Sa sa re ga pa da sa da pa ga re sa Mahadeva Deva Maheshwara Mahadeva Deva Maheshwara Mahadeva त्रिशूलधारण त्रिपुराण चक्र गणेश त्रिशूलधारण त्रिपुराण चक्र गणेश तेना के जगनंदन महादेव देव महेश्वर महादेव सारे गरे सा सारे गा पद सा धा प ग रे सा सारे सा गरे प ग ध प ध प सा ध सा ध प ग रे सा महादेव देव महेश्वर महादेव पांच देव पंचानन पूजत पांच देव पंचानन पूजत अबीर कपूर हणा निरवण बेल पत्र सो चंदन कमल आति पूजा महादेव देव महेश्वर महादेव सारे सा ग ग रे ग रे प प ग प ग ध ध प ध प सा सा द स ग रे रे सा रे सा ग रे सा रे सा द स द प ग रे सा रे ग प ध सा स द स द प ग रे सा सा रे ग प ध सा स द स द प ग रे सा सा रे ग प ध सा द द द प ग रे सा महादेव देव महेश्वर महादेव त्रिशूलधारण त्रिपुराण चक्र गणेश त्रिशूलधारण त्रिपुराण चक्र गणेश तीन के जगन्नाथ महादेव 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 Mahadev. So that was Lord Shiva's composition in set to Rag Bhopali.
Beautiful.
Thank
Really
you,
well
Diti.
done, Ravlina ji. I could feel that meditative essence just vibrating through my body as you were singing, and it was so beautiful. And
Thank you, Diti.
it reminds me of Shankar Dada, as so to speak, where he is literally just sitting in his meditative posture.
Yes. Yes,
But
you go into a trance. So difficult to come out, actually. I get lost, Somebody has to tell me, hey, you're living in in this world. You just, and as Swamiji said, you can sit in a forest somewhere in a garden and just imbibe the sounds and connect with universal consciousness. And then you don't need exterior factors. And the sound of Om is so uplifting. It's just, I think, it's just connection with your inner self, basically. And then we would get rid of so many, vices from society and external factors that we really don't need to reach nirvana or mukti. And
And
it,
that is so true. And we can see how Saraswati just resides in your throat chakra there as well,
thank you.
providing you with the Vishuddhi and the strength to be able to self-express and communicate, which is so important nowadays. And even just as you were mentioning, Om being the Pranavta Shakti, being the
Yes. The
universal
cosmic sound. Om is the cosmic
cosmic
sound.
sound, correct? And how that can just vibrate through and be meditative and carry us on that beautiful onward journey.
Yes. And this cosmic sound can actually improve the quality of life globally. If people listened to Om, so much suffering really would be alleviated from the world, you know, literally.
And
I mean,
and that is what we call societal change, is when people are
yeah,
able to be able to reflect inward, to be able to
yes,
feel that Shakti from within, the Nari Shakti from within, and then
exactly.
emanate from there, coming from a real place of dharma, and then
Yes,
emanating outwards into the world.
yes. As Swamiji also said, there's so much fear, jealousy, competition. These are all negative qualities which people imbibe, which are part of society. To get rid of this, we need to keep saying the cosmic sound. Keep repeating it. Keep saying it in your head, even in your mind, from head to toe. It has to be imbibed by us. It's a cosmic sound that has to be imbibed by our soul, basically. Because I've done meditation with Brahma Kumaris, and they tell you that you have to make your soul stronger, and the soul doesn't need all this, doesn't need all these aspirations. You don't need greed, you don't need lust, you don't need things like that, which are detrimental to society. So I mean, and yoga is so much a part of alleviating suffering. Yoga will get rid of suffering, trust me. Yoga se hi hoga.
Yoga
you know
Seiki Yoga, what a beautiful
yeah.
motto.
Yeah,
Absolutely, totally agree with that. And if we just look at all of the vices that are
yeah,
out in society, it's because
yeah,
people are turned outward, they're turned at the
yes,
materialistic nature. But
yes,
as you're mentioning, when people turn inwards and they enlighten their spirituality within themselves,
exactly.
everything changes.
Because there's divinity in every human soul. Why look outside? You don't need to. You have to look inwards. And I think that would improve the quality of life. I mean, since 2014, yoga has been recognized as a discipline, a global discipline, thanks to our Prime Minister Modi ji. He's introduced it to the whole world now. So it's going to improve the quality of life, hopefully. And I think it's just a discipline that has to be followed. It actually even improves physical health. You know, it can get rid of so many diseases, mental, physical, spiritual. I mean, it improves just the quality of our life spiritually, of course, but even physical ailments, it gets rid of. So it has to be I think it should be a part of the school curriculum, if you ask me. School and college curriculum, really, you know.
Absolutely. And we've also seen the Shakti behind that with schools like Avanti School and how
Mhm.
they have recently come to number one in yoga and meditation. And all
Yes,
of those kids are so much more emotionally aware and
yes,
intelligence grows as a result because they're
yes.
no longer fighting with themselves, which is very much
Exactly.
masculine energy, but they're
Yeah,
enabling themselves to really form that Shakti from within. And isn't it
absolutely.
just beautiful where the two basically marry each other and these kids start to grow in their IQ as well? I call it EQ and IQ and SQ.
Exactly.
EQ
Emotional
is the
quotient. Yeah.
emotional quota,
Yeah.
IQ is the intelligent quota, and
Yes.
SQ is the spiritual quota. So as they're
Yes.
emotional quota starts to improve, their
Yes.
intelligence starts to improve, their intelligence quota starts to improve, and then so does the
Yes.
spiritual quota, just as a byproduct of everything else. And it's so beautiful. So
Yeah.
thank you once more,
Thank you,
Lavina,
Riddhi.
for
Thank you
sharing
so
this
much.
beautiful
So
thing.
kind of you to have me over, and please do include me. I'd like to contribute to all your panels and discussions. And thank you so much. Global namaste to everyone, and Hari Om, Hari Om,
Hari Om.
Hari Om.
So that was absolutely beautiful. We've just had a fantastic understanding there of what it really means to embed yoga at its deepest roots, to really form the sense of having a quote there between all four of them. We see how the different paths of yoga marry up, and how Lavlina ji was just absolutely devoted to Bhakti Yoga, how that basically made a massive difference in her life to be able to overcome those vices and to be able to turn inward and to be able to have the virtues. And that is just absolutely incredible. And I've got to say, we've actually got an incredible person now that is going to be joining us on Healing Our Earth. He himself is going to be doing a Bhakti retreat later on in the year, which is going to be incredible. But let's just introduce Jeffrey Armstrong G. He is a speaker, a seminal leader, a consultant, a best-selling author, passionate poet, ICCR Distinguished Indologist of 2021, and a CHCC Lifetime Achievement Award. And we can literally see how he has decolonized through his teachings. The world of yoga is so much better when we can go down to the root of what yoga actually means. And that is something that Jeffrey G has not just practiced, not just read about, but he has also experienced. And it is something that he shares so beautifully with all of his students as well. And he does amazing work to be able to spread this vidya, this yogic wisdom around the world. A global namaste, dearest Jeffrey G. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
Namaste, namaste, Riddhi, and to everyone. What a beautiful assemblage. What a Sangha. This is a great pleasure. It's an honor to be with you. And I am so pleased to be doing some seva in this regard as we see the beautiful Vedic Vidya spread around the world in a more beautiful way every day.
Absolutely. And the stage is yours. How would you like to proceed? Through a talk or 3 questions? What would you like?
What is best for you? I am in your service, so I think you should decide. You're temporarily Ma Saraswati. So, Om Namo Devi Saraswati.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey G. One of the things that has actually come to light recently is for a lot of us students that are starting to study a PhD in yoga or are currently already studying a PhD in yoga. I think the West has done a beautiful thing in terms of we now see a renaissance of yoga in the West, where we can see how yoga has transformed the lives of so many people. But I feel like yoga is more than just a physical practice. As we saw earlier on the platform today, we saw the yamas and the niyamas and how people were starting to associate with those before they went through the other limbs of yoga. I also feel, on the other hand, that we have a sense of cultural appropriation, especially against teachers which don't really come from the Indic roots, but yet they're trying to teach these subjects of PhD level. Now, you yourself have done beautiful work, Garseva, as I would call it, in terms of really being able to distinguish there, to be able to go back to the root of what yoga means, to be able to go back to the root of what yoga really is, and to be able to decolonize all of these teachings, and then be able to have that sense of knowledge and experience, which you so passionately share with all of your students and the world at large. Tell us a little bit more about this journey. What challenges have you faced, and what do you feel are the steps to take forward?
I think the best place to begin for all of us is just a moment of remembering that the very basis of the Vedic civilization is that we're immortal beings. We are Jiva Atmas, all of us. We're only wearing a body. We're not the body. We're not the manas. We're not the elements of Prakriti. We're here visiting. So each of us awakens after each previous life in a particular context that has been devised for us to move to our next step in the evolutionary process. If we've proposed to take those steps, as all of us have, as many people have, in a very real sense, the crisis in our planet shows us that the bell is ringing to wake us up that something is wrong on a planetary level. And I am convinced, after so many years of benefiting, that the medicine, that yoga is in fact the medicine. And the best way I can say this is that it's necessary, if you have a computer, to have a user's manual. So though the Vedas are a library, there is a user's manual. There are actually 3 of them: the 10 principal Upanishads, the Vedanta Sutras of Veda Vyas, but the one that is for everyone, the Bhagavad Gita. Because the Bhagavad Gita is the daily user's manual. And where was it spoken? On a battlefield. Well, that makes sense. To whom was it spoken? One of the persons confronting paradox, harming my family, hurting my relatives, an insane world, a world gone mad, with the ability to destroy itself. Sounds like where we are right now, with everyone around the world getting nuclear weapons that can be launched in my sleep. So I view what we're doing right now as the Vedic Renaissance. This is the rebirth, and rebirth is followed by finding a guru. So each of us must find as many reputable and dignified and fully embodied gurus as we possibly can, and learn to say sadhu if we don't say guru. To all of you, I say both. Guru, 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 teach me what you know, please. Sadhu, 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 what's your specialty in the library? So that is the first step for me. And I'd like you to ask questions. So I woke up at age 23, went in an ashram, spent 5 years as a brahmachari, then went on to study Jyotish with a guru from Bharat and became a Jyotishi. Then I went on to find a Benares Pandit as a guru of Sanskritam. So it is important, it is essential to have proper gurus who are the acharya. They show us how to live. So back to you, Riddhi.
Amazing. And I think one of the things that you do actually say, Jeffrey G, is a guru is so important to be able to dispel that darkness, to be able to dispel those thoughts that are practically keeping us stuck. And especially in a world where a lot of us as yoga students, we go into an ashram for a limited period of time, be that either a couple of months if we're just doing our TTC, or like I have done, spending a few years in a gurukul, learning those things under the guidance of a guru, So when I did mine, I was actually at Sivananda, and it was a beautiful experience to just be able to wake up every morning and to do that sadhana and to follow that practice of having sattvic food, of having bhakti yoga, of getting involved, of seeing where we can make a difference within the ashram itself, of where we can help to clean up. And actually, by doing those things, it's such a beautiful experience because the mind then starts to internalize and to see how we can improve ourselves, how we can improve our own nature as a result of those external practices that we do. Now, the challenge that I actually find is when we move out of a Gurukul scenario, when we move out of that setting and back into modern life, how do we manage to integrate the two? It seems like it's a play where on one hand, we've got this nature where we identify ourselves as yoga students, where we identify ourselves as people that want to go on and do good in the world. And then on the other side, we see the whole modern lifestyle and the situation, the play, the rhythm of life, as you would say. How do we find a balance between the two?
The individuality gone mad has made nuclear weapons and is on the verge of destroying the world. Humility gone mad has promoted oneness or emptiness as the answer to the question of what is all this beauty for. Neither of them are really satisfactory answers because not everything is explained. The various forms of yoga are departments of learning. It's very important that we honor the professors of each of those departments. So whether it's Shankaracharya or Ramanujacharya or Madhva Acharya or Nimbarka or Vishnu Swami or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the other acharyas who have led sampradayas, it's very important that diversity not be enmity, that it not be oppositional, but department heads, departments of learning. This is the Vedic way. So with this mindset, Jivera Swarupaya, Niter Krishna Das, it's important we become Brahman again, but not that we lose ourselves in the process. Throwing individuality out is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're not supposed to remove your individuality. You're supposed to fulfill it. And this is why in the Bhagavad Gita, at the very beginning, when Arjuna is speaking with Sri Bhagavan, Bhagavan says, Arjuna, because you and I are friends, I'm actually going to explain myself to you. Aham, I'm going to tell you about me. So while it's essential that we blend with Brahman, that we achieve nirvana and know that none of this is us, it is equally imperative. And this is what we from the West overdid. Our self became everything. Our ahamkara became the goal. So these cultures have gone to extremes. And now we have to try to bring it back to a reasonable posture. So the Bhagavad Gita is the user's manual, but that is not a sectarian statement. That is, the Gita is the representative of the library. And that's why Sri Bhagavan said to Arjuna, because you're my friend, I'm going to explain myself to you. So while merging, while not being the things that we're not, we must also remember to cultivate our daily relationship with our supreme best friend. Who would have guessed? The source of everything wants to be our best friend. Back to you, Radhi.
Beautifully explained, Jeffrey G. And it makes me think about a particular part within the Bhagavad Gita itself, which tells us inaction in action and action in inaction. Practically what we see is the world around us and the world within. The beauty between the play between the two things. And it seems like it's between Shri Krishna and Arjun on the battlefield where we can see this beautiful divine play, to be able to internalize that play, to be able to be our own students on this Kurukshetra. Can you reflect on that, please?
We recently saw the Ram Lala return. It never went away, but the ceremony of reinstalling it in our active consciousness was a very beautiful step and symptomatic of the recovery from colonization that's taking place. From Bharat's perspective, this is Kali Yuga. Anyone truly paying attention understands. So in stage 1 Kali Yuga, some very dangerous things took place, so we would wake up, come back, and wake up and take steps. So the first thing that I'd like to remind everyone who has taken those steps, who is removing the goo with a guru, a goo remover. So we're covered in this gooey, dark, unconscious material. But we are the Jivara Svarupaya. We are the immortal being whose discomfort is coming from, first of all, forgetting who we are. So, as one who came from the outside, grabbed a hold of the life raft, and got pulled inside, the secret is Saraswati. It is Vak Yoga. The secret is mantra. Because mantra is what we can do and should do constantly as our default setting. As soon as we don't have to do something in the world, we should be doing mantra. And that mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, is a form of association because we and the aspects of the Supreme that are present in the mantra can be in direct contact. That's the friendship, the madly in love, the servant of. All of these can be fulfilled by us constantly using the Samskritam as our life raft, as our lifeline, as our pipe of oxygen, as the tube to the depths of the water. Of all of those things, hands up, because that is the default setting. Back to you, Riddhi.
Absolutely. And it's those mantras which help us to free the mind. It's those mantras which help us to really connect within. And when we connect within, we're also connecting back to Brahman, which is the beauty behind it as well. How would you say for a yoga student who wants to go on and be a leader in this world would be an authentic and undiluted practice of sadhana? Where do they start and how do they build?
Yad yad acharati shveshtas, tatad evetaro janaha, sayat pramanam kurute, lokastad anuvartate. The best teachers teach by personal example. We watch them. We watch every detail. And we see something that we want to become. Acharya, teaching by example. Precept is preserving the Vedic library. It must be done very meticulously. We must not become sectarian because we have a large library. That's why I put it up behind me. I have one like that, not quite as big as you see behind me, but I wanted you to feel that the Vedic library is behind us. But don't let it make us quarrel and fight against each other. Simply say, oh, so you're enamored by this book right now. And so you're chanting to Shiva and Durga. Oh, wonderful. Love Durga Ma, Prathamam Shailaputri Cha, Dvitiyam Brahmacharini. But we in return ask, and which of the wonderful books are you enamored of? Oh, Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachate Purnasya Purnamadaya. I'm in love with the Upanishads. The Isha Upanishad is what I'm madly in love with right now. We need to make this exciting, enjoyable, delicious, a feast of sadhus, of beings, each feasting upon a part. Not to say mine is better, say, aren't we fortunate that what we have in common is we see each other as Jiva Atmas. We ask, may I get to know the real you better? Guru, please help me remove my gu. If you see any on me, I'm about to go to the dance, please remove the gu you see. I'd like you to, and so on. What I'm hoping to see in this Renaissance is a world culture of friendliness with a platform of us as Atmas, as immortal beings, having an opportunity of savor right now on Mata Bhumi. And by the way, human comes from humi. So does humus, or earth, the dirt. But it's actually Mata Bhumi. Prathamam Shailaputricha Dvitiyam Brahmacharini Titiyam Krishna Pigaksham Gajavaktram Chaturthakam. Let us serve Mata Bhumi together. Let us make this world beautiful and safe for future generations. Let that be our samadhi. Within, always remember and never forget.
Beautiful. So I totally relate with that as well. I think it's so important that we go back to those practices of the Vedas, we go back to the Bhagavad Gita, and we enable ourselves to form our yoga practices from there, going really back to the roots of yoga, because that is how we will form societal change in this world. And as you mentioned, all of the different sampradayas coming together, because there's so many different ways. We look at Hindu identity and we look at the way that they wear the tilaks, and there are a gazillion different ways in which they wear the tilaks, depending on the natures. Absolutely, yes, that is so true as well. So really what I'm getting at here is, how do we bring all of these different sampradayas around the table to have these intellectual discussions?
The principle is called framing. The Vedic culture was framed by the colonizing British and so forth. A frame was created that made it legitimate to go around the world and steal and rob and rape and pillage in the name of Jesus. In the name of who? Wait a minute, you're colonizing in the name of Jesus, I say to the Pope, but the Pope started colonization. So where did it all go wrong? There's beautiful things in Christianity. I was born one, I know that. But there's terrible things that came to afflict it. And those terrible parts we must learn from. And in the Vedic culture, be the representatives of a library with particular gurus who have given us pieces of this wonderful knowledge, and have the privilege of sharing it with one another. Being hungry to hear the perspective that you're coming from. In this way, we will do what Arjuna and Krishna did. They were best friends. This is my favorite quote from the Gita. Why? You know, Arjuna, I'm going to share myself with you because you are my friend. So Bhagavan does want to be friends. That doesn't mean get rid of yourself. That doesn't mean go into the void. That doesn't mean, but all of those are appropriate things to do in a context. But we've been invited by the avatar personally, just a few thousand years ago, 7,000 years ago. Would you like to be my best friend? Would you like to get to know me? Would you like to do the most beautiful things you can conceive of in a state of consciousness that benefits every living entity? Raise your hand if you would. I would, please. Both of them up. Thank you, Riddhi. So I'll just finish with this. My guru said, it's just like this. At first, we're a caterpillar. And that's the way it is. What do caterpillars do? They eat, they cater and pillage. They eat and eat and eat and take and take and take. So at first, we're all selfish. It's all about me. But then we become a chrysalis, a Krishna chrysalis. We get a cocoon, and then something happens. So when my guru said this, I got excited and I wrote a poem. It goes like this. It's called A Change of Heart. The caterpillar changed his mind and woke to find himself refined. His old self had to die for him to be a butterfly. He tired of walking on the ground, and so around himself he wound a screen of silken strands, a veil untouched by human hands. Then something subtle changed within. Reflected by his changing skin, he had a change of heart and wished to play another part. If like that worm, my Atma can fly, a rainbow-colored butterfly, beyond the winds of time, then I with wings of gold will climb beyond this burning dark abyss, up to that land of love and bliss, where grows a flower sweet. I'll fly to Krishna Radha's lotus feet, and there I'll live eternally, my Atma at last, from matter free. A song will fill the sky, the love song of a butterfly. O Kling Krishnaya, Govindaya, Gopijana Vallabhaya Swaha.
Jai Shri Krishna. That is absolutely beautiful, Jeffrey G. When you actually have the gift of an intellect with the gift of a poet to be able to put the two side by side and just to flow in absolute rhythm, I've got to say I was absolutely mesmerized by your poem just there. It's just absolutely beautiful to really be able to connect on that level as well. So thank you so much. This is a discussion that I hope to continue, if you may, moving forwards. And it was just absolutely amazing to have you join us today as well. If anybody else does have any questions for Jeffrey G whilst he's here with us today, please do raise your hands or type it into the chat box. But I've got to say, Jeffrey G, being an Indologist, being able to decolonize the teachings the way that you do, and to be able to use the real Sanskritam words that sometimes there are no replacements for in English, goes a long way in the field of yoga to really start to decipher what everything means and to bring it together in a way that's so harmonious, in a way that's just beautiful and rhymes and rhythms, which just enables us to really go deeper and to be able to connect within as well. So thank you so much, Jeffrey G, for joining us today, being a guru of yoga in very many respects. It's very much appreciated to have you with us here today. And Global Namaste, Vaishali Ji.
Global Namaste, Riddhi. Global Namaste, Jeffrey.
Global Namaste, Vaishali ji.
Global Namaste, Amrita. Global Namaste, Neil Kumar, and the whole Healing Our Earth family. And a very happy International Yoga Day to all of you.
Happy International Yoga Day, Vaishali. Looking beautiful and stunning as always.
To you. Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Vaishali, Jeffrey Armstrong is a special guest, and we know him for so many years. He's not only an eminent Hindu scholar and an acharya, he actually took people by storm and came out in a forefront and brought the Sanatan Dharma and knowledge without prejudice. So it's so beautiful. I think it's time for you to, Vaishali, sing a song or a bhajan for him before we say goodbye to him.
First of all, Jeffrey Armstrong, I just heard a little bit last of your section of Durga Saptashati of Devi Kavach, Prathamam Shailaputrim cha, Dvitiyam Brahmacharini, Trutiyam Chandra Ghanteti, and the Rashtra, for our Rashtra Nirman, you know, we all are here building a community, and the question that Riddhi asked, I really loved it, that what is the way to just follow one religion, and it should be a humanity, it should be a universal language, a universal mantra. And I'm truly grateful to be here on this platform and to be able to talk to you, Jeffrey Armstrong. And I would like to just recite one of my favorite few lines of the same Durga Kavach. With your permission, I would like to sing just few lines. Yad guhyam paramam loke सर्वरक्षाकरं नृणाम् यन्न कस्यचिदाख्यातं तन्मे ब्रूहि पितामह ब्रह्मोवाच अस्ति गुह्यतमं विप्र सर्वभूतोपकारकं देव्यास्तु कवचं पुण्यं तशृणुष्व महामुने प्रथमं शैलपुत्री च द्वितीयं ब्रह्मचारिणी तृतीयं चन्द्रघण्टेति कुष्माण्डेति चतुर्थकं पञ्चमं स्कन्दमातेति षष्ठं कात्यायनीति च सप्तमं कालरात्रीति महागौरीति चाष्टमं नवमं सिद्धिदात्री च नवदुर्गाः प्रकीर्तिताः उक्त्यानेतानि नामानि ब्रह्मणैव महात्मना. So these are the now Durga names of Devi Kavach. And today I want to pray by reciting this to all our Healing Our Earth family, to the world. The world needs peace at the moment. And by praying now Durga, we are evoking, we are calling the divine, the divinity, the divine Shakti into the universe. And I'm truly grateful. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Thank you.
Wow, very good. Well done, Vaishali. We love it. And look at the blessing you're getting from Jeffrey Armstrong. And actually what you are doing right now, Jeffrey brought the same vibes here just a couple of weeks back in Bali. And what a successful outreach it was, Jeffrey. Just tell us a bit more about it.
We are in a moment in history right now that is truly, as the saying goes, pregnant with possibility. Mata Bhumi is ready to give birth to another generation. And we're looking for that tone of voice. And certain places enhance that ability to find that tone of voice, to try to remember what was it like with Paradesha when the land was at its highest level of loving care. That's the alternative right now. In Kali Yuga, we're taken to the brink of the abyss. Look and see where we could go. And next, the Vedic Renaissance of Vedic Vidya with loving and embracing arms comes forward and says, why don't we work together? In every one of you, I see that, I feel that. I feel a flower grown in a different garden, that fragrance is just like that. And we need to somehow, to me, this is the lotus of the heart on which Paramatma is standing with his beloved. We need to find that heart space at this moment in history and let the medicine of the Vedic Vidya flow through us. Vaishali, thank you. That was just beautiful.
Wow, what a blessing from Jeffrey. Jeffrey, say hello to Rotarian Lal Gohel in India at the moment. He is also a producer and a senior anchor. He is the founder and a chairman for Rotary for organ donation. So a very influential person, not just in India, but also worldwide now. He's part of Healing Our Earth. Maybe in Canada, we can do something jointly with your organization, Jeffrey.
First of all, I was raised wearing a baseball cap. I know it means the person has a sense of humor, but they're really telling you, I'm a player in the world. Will you like to play? Shall we really do something? It's an honor to meet an athlete on the field of Kurukshetra with a sense of humor and the wisdom to have a vision and a direction for the planet. It's an honor and pleasure to meet you, and I would be overjoyed to be of seva in any way.
Same here. Thank you.
So Amrita and Riddhi, can you facilitate a group conversation between Rotarian Lal Goel and Jeffrey Armstrong and Sandy and Riddhi and Amrita? Let's get the project going because Jeffrey is in Vancouver side of Canada where he's very well settled, and Rotarian Lal Goel, we were actually looking for outreach in Canada. What a beautiful moment on this International Yoga Day that we can help the humanity. So it's so beautiful. And we've got our health episode producer, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Professor Gupta now, and he was also busy today doing yoga and everything. Rajiv, your comment on how the spiritual vibes that Jeffrey shared with our audience, which are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, website, and social media on various banners. Rajiv, your comment, please.
Thank you so much. It was so good. Again, busy as you know, it was International Yoga Day in Leicester, which went very, very well. And it was fantastic to see yoga. And I have actually given a new definition of yoga. Yoga is union, and I want a union of the ancient science with the modern science. So modern medicine, Ayurveda, yoga, Vedic science, Tai Chi, Qigong, aromatherapy, and the hypnotherapy, everything together. So that will be my mission for this year and how we can accomplish that. And I would need the help of everybody in that support. And I think although many of my modern medicine colleagues will not believe in the spirituality, and I believe spiritual health is also an important aspect of the health, and that actually works. The question to Jeffrey is that you mentioned about Kali Yuga and the Vedic science. So where do you see the horizon? Because in this all spiritually and Vedic science seems to be disappearing with the newer generation, the younger generation. I find them less and less interested in this. So how do you find how can we marry these two together?
That is a great one. I was born in Detroit, Michigan. I learned something very quickly. You are either eaten by the problem or you redirect the problem itself. It's an invitation. We're being invited to a global seva of such beautiful proportions, and this meeting is just a taste. Feel the beauty flowing through each person as their resolve and their voice and their vibration and their commitment are available to us. What darshan, what a wonder. And the media right now can put insanity around the world, which it does about 90% of the time. Or we can use it and fill it with beauty, with songs, with poetry, with drama, with the arts. This is Bharat, with beautiful ideals for the world to pursue. I believe this is like the orchestra getting the moment ready, and now we're ready. And speakers like you, Rajiv, get on and say, let me talk about health to a world in need of it. And everyone goes, yes, please tell us. So here we are. This is just a taste of the nectar that could come next. So it's an honor to meet you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. What a wonderful, you brought a smile on Rajiv's face. Amrita, Riddhi, and Vaishali, can you please keep Rajiv in a group as well with Jeffrey? Let's expand our family. The whole purpose is there. We think wholeheartedly to Vasa, the Vedic Academy of Science and Arts led by Jeffrey Armstrong. VASA is an acronym: V for Victor, A, S for sugar, and A. Just look up and just connect. Jeffrey, may Earth bless you. You have been bringing so much spirituality for so many years now. May Earth always bless you. Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Thank you, my friend. And may I add one thing to that? I want you to know that I am a team. 27 years ago, a wonderful lady named Sandy Graham and Jeffrey Armstrong got married, taking a yogic vow that the only children we wanted to have were the children of the Vedic Renaissance. And she is Sandhya Devi, and I am Kavindra Rishi by my other names. And together, all that I am doing is done with her. We are Dharma Patni. We are partners in this enterprise. And I would love to see more and more and more. We decided this was all that was worth living and doing. This was it. There's nothing more important or interesting, nothing else we want. We don't want to go on vacation. We want to vacate what's not good for the world. So I know all of you feel that way. I feel it in your presence. It's so inspiring. So thank you. And Rajiv, your words are wonderful, and the lights go on when you speak. Thank you.
And what a beautiful name, Kavindra. You heard a poem from Jeffrey earlier. So what a Kavi he is, and a Kavindra. Well, thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Kavindra Rishiji, for joining us today, for making this such a special Sangha, for making it such a special occasion, and also for the work that Sandhiji does almost unnoticed behind the scenes, but she does it so beautifully and so elegantly. So thank you, both of you, for all that you are doing for humanity and mankind.
Well, Riddhi, time to move to Amrita and welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal. Rotarian Lal Goyal, I hope you pursue that for organ donation in Canada. Let's bring it from Healing Our Earth. And you are a Damanor who travels the world. You met Vaishali in person just a moment back. We have also got Radha Krishna Shetty here waiting and ready to share his knowledge as well. So Amrita, let's welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal. Vaishali, let's welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal. Riddhi, you are a wonderful soul, and we'll see you back shortly when we go on to millet and meditation and Sharon. So over to you, Amrita. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. It's time, Riddhi and Vaishali, to welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal and his guests, because the hour is being covered up with him and his guests, who are already eminent in their fields and have an immense knowledge to talk about wisdom of yoga and lightening us with their sparks of what they have in the store about yoga. So, global namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji.
Global namaste, Amrita.
Rotarian Lal Goyal is founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as a chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And most welcome to all the guests who have joined us through various partner channels for today's yoga episode. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. And as we are celebrating International Yoga Day special, so my best wishes to all of you. International Yoga Day is celebrated annually on June 21st and was established by the United Nations in 2014. The purpose of this day is to raise awareness worldwide about the many benefits of the practicing yoga. India, being the birthplace of yoga, plays a central role in these celebrations. The country hosts numerous events, from mass yoga sessions in public places to workshops and seminars aimed at promoting the practice and philosophy of yoga. These events often feature participation from government officials, yoga gurus, and celebrities, highlighting the cultural and spiritual significance of yoga in India. The theme for each year's International Yoga Day is chosen to reflect contemporary issues and to emphasize the global impact of yoga. Celebrations often include collaborative events with other countries, reflecting yoga's universal appeal and India's leadership in promoting this ancient practice worldwide. The theme for International Yoga Day 2024 is Yoga for Women Empowerment. This theme focuses on highlighting the issues related to women's health and emphasize the role of yoga in promoting women's well-being across various life stages and circumstances. The theme underscores the importance of empowering women through yoga, enabling them to become leaders and advocate for change in their communities and beyond. This aligns with broader goals of fostering inclusivity, diversity, and peace on a global scale. So on this very, very special program, which is brought to you by Healing Our Earth, Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, which is doing programs on every Sunday on different topics which are beneficial for the society at large. And this today's program, which is dedicated for yoga, we have a very prominent, eminent guest with us in my panel today. And I would like to invite and introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi. Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi is renowned yoga teacher in many countries. She has dedicated her life to teaching authentic yoga practices. Her specialty is pranasana sadhana. This technique evolved over years of practice, teaching and learning. They focus on the pranic flow and also integrate birth work and pranayam in asana practice for deeper holistic benefits. From the young age of 17, she has been blessed to have met and received guidance from many spiritual masters. Her limitless source of energy, positivity, and passion to spread holistic health and well-being through yoga is truly inspirational for all who know her and from the foundation of her yoga school. She has a presence in India, North America, and Europe. Welcome, Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi, on this show, and which is a very, very special show on Yoga Day. Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi, you might have heard the earlier panelist, although I was not there, I joined at 9 o'clock only. But you and when I spoke, you were in Canada and you are teaching there the yoga. And now you are in Goa and you have done on the 21st of this month, the official program where the chief ministers and everyone was there. You have conducted the yoga. You were in that committee also. Now we would like to know your views on the very, very special day, that is the International Yoga Day special. Your views, Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi, please.
So, namaste firstly to all and wishing you a very happy International Yoga Day. And thank you so much, Mr. Goel, for your kind words. And thank you for being, arranging this kind of a program for spreading the awareness of what is yoga, what is authentic yoga. I will use the word authentic because, a lot of dilution is happening today. And that is why I use the word authentic to differentiate between what is actually possible and what is the true way of doing the yoga. So the one thing I would like to highlight today, and the one thing I would like for all of you to take from this talk today is the focus on pran while doing the practice. So yoga, I would say, is a unique system of achieving holistic health. And this unique system of achieving holistic health is by correcting the energy dynamics of the body. Today, I want to focus and highlight on this aspect of the practices, the energy dynamics. And the word energy means, as you all know, the prana energy. The prana is the life force which is there in everything that exists. Everything that is created has and it is animated through this prana. So this managing this life force energy and the correct amount of energy is distributed to our organs, our glands, and to the mental body. This is the science of yoga. And when I say organs and glands, these are the two main important systems that give us the health. This is the endocrine system and the nervous system. And if the correct amount of energy is distributed to the hormonal system, the endocrine system, and the nervous system reaching our organs, then we will have optimum physical health. At the same time, if we are able to manage that flow of prana to the mental body, then the optimum mental health is also possible. So today, as I said, I want to focus mainly on this aspect of our yogic science. The body and the mind, when I say holistic, it is not just at the level of the physical body, but it's the physical and the mental, emotional body. And the link between the two is our breath. So what we do in the yoga practices, we are manipulating this breath to achieve a certain flow and to channelize the prana energy to the different benefits, whether at the physical level or the mental emotional level. So this is done through the different techniques of yoga practices. The beginning level, we do the asanas and the pranayams, which is part of the Hatha Yoga practice. So in the asana practice, if we can integrate our focus on the pranic flow and integrate the prana aspect in the practice, it can take it to another level, which can give us much deeper, much higher benefits at both the levels of the body and the mind. So let me just elaborate more on this. We are structured in a way that we have a prana body, and the prana is distributed and to the different parts, that is the endocrine system, the organs and the glands. The problem is that when the flow of prana is blocked, these blockages are mainly caused because of our mental state, the state of mind. And that starts blocking the flow of prana. And when that is blocked, the correct amount of energy does not reach, the correct amount of prana does not reach that particular gland or organ. And over a period of time, we don't have that functioning to its fullest capacity. And that is the reason for most of our diseases today. The most of the diseases, when the correct amount of prana is not supplied to that particular organ or the gland. Now, what is the cause of this? The cause is at the level of the mind. When we experience certain negative emotions, these negative emotions release a debris, and that starts blocking that flow of prana and the channel of the prana. And that blockages in the channel will then one fine day give you a body which is not healthy. Certain glands are also imbalanced because of that. And these are the two main systems which give us good health. So how to manage this mind, how to manage these negative emotions? This comes especially in the practices of pranayam. So pranayam practices were mainly designed to control the mind. So usually what happens is the negative emotions like anger or fear or anxiety, they take you over. And when they take you over, we are not in charge. The emotion is in charge. So if we want to take charge, then what we need to do is have a mind which is more controlled, a mind which is more calm. And these pranayama practices are designed mainly to control the mind. So what happens here is the tension in the nervous system is soothed, and those nerves which are tense with certain kind of practices are soothed and they are calm, and we have a calm mind. We have the thoughts are reduced and the mind is also calmed. So this way, if we can address the mind which can be calmed through the pranayama practices, through the managing the pran, then over a period of time, you will see that your physical health is also at the maximum. You will have a good physical health. So the root cause lies in the mind. That is what we believe in the yogic science. The root cause of most of the diseases lies in the mind. So one more very important part of the technique of pranayama, which I'd like to highlight, is the main part of the pranayama is not the inhale or the exhale breath. It is the pause in the breath. This pause is the key to calm the mind. So after the inhale breath or after the exhale breath, when you pause, that is the time when the mind starts calming. We are not giving the supply of air, the supply of oxygen to the mind. And that is when any emotion also needs oxygen. And when that supply is reduced, then automatically that starts calming the mind. And this is the science behind the pranayama. The pause is a very powerful part of the pranayama practice, and that can give us a very calm and composed mind, and it can balance our energies. So to just give you in a nutshell that the way we are designed, the mental body, the pranic body, and the physical body, these are all connected. And if we can manage the mind, if we can control the mind, the flow of prana is managed such that the correct amount of prana energy is reaching our organs and glands for optimum health at the physical level. And we prevent any kind of diseases to come to us. So this I wanted to highlight more because we hear a lot about what yoga is, but the science behind is so beautiful and so interesting, that how these techniques are designed. And only when the mind is calmed, it can concentrate, and then the higher practices are possible. Only a calm mind can concentrate further into the higher practices of pratyahar and dharana, which is to achieve the ultimate goal of what we want to achieve in yoga, the final union. So that can happen only when the body is healthy and the mind is calmed and concentrated.
Thank you, Nishita. Rotarian Lal, go ahead. Larson in Iceland actually loves what Nishita said, that bring the peace in the mind. So he wants to ask her a question and maybe confirmation. That is mind over matter. Is that what you are saying?
Absolutely. What I'm trying to say is we all want to be healthy, and the source of that, the root cause of good health at the physical level lies in the mind. So if we are able to keep our mind calm, the negative emotions like anxiety or anger or envy, they are the constant they cause the constant blockages in this flow of prana, which eventually, leads to an organ or a gland which is not functioning. So definitely mind over the body, I would say. Yes.
Well done, Larson. There you are. You get a confirmation from someone who practices that. So keep your mind cool. Think before you make a decision. walk away from a nasty situation, and then be peaceful and make decision. Over to you, Rotarian Lal. Go ahead.
Nishita, you have said, sorry, Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi, you mentioned about authentic yoga. Can you just, in a nutshell, just tell what is authentic and what is unauthentic yoga?
So I am, without sounding that, what is happening, but as I said, that a lot of times yoga is taken as something physical. And yoga is a holistic practice. It's not just physical. So it is not about doing a physical posture or doing a very difficult posture, because this is a very big stop for a lot of people, that I cannot do yoga because I'm not flexible. I don't have that kind of strength. So it's not about what I tell them. It's not about what you do, but how you do it, how you are able to integrate the body and the mind. And that has to happen in the practice. And it has to happen in a practice where your body and the mind are integrated in the now. And what is in the now is our body and our breath. They are always in the present moment. So if you can bring your focus and awareness when you are doing an asana, the posture, when you are, stretching out. Why are we stretching out? The main purpose is, again, to have a body which is flexible, allowing the flow of prana energy. A stiff and a tight muscle will block the pranic flow. So I just wanted to highlight more and more on that aspect. Besides, there are many other things that others have already highlighted and will be talking about. But prana, I feel, is the key. Managing this prana is the key to having optimum health possible.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, you are saying the mind and the body should be integrated, so then the purpose of yoga is served. Otherwise, just to do physical exercise, not the yoga, that is not authentic. Authentic yoga.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Then
Thank
might
you
as well
very
do gymnastics, or there's so many other practices that can be more. But with complete awareness, complete focus. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Yogacharya. And just stay, we will be coming to you after this round. Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce my second panelist guest, and he's Guruji Sri Radhakrishna Shetty. Guruji is the CEO of Prakriti Yoga Kirta at Mangalore. He is a trained and professional yoga guru of yogic science from SVYASA, Swasa, Bangalore. Since 1992, he teaches yoga and meditation. He trained over 100,000 people of all sections of society, including ministers, doctors, corporate leaders, and students trained under his guidance. Mr. Radhakrishna Guruji is a visiting lecturer of yogic science in many medical and paramedical colleges in Mangalore and other parts of India. He was awarded Yogacharya degree by Nitya University 2014. Welcome, Guruji, to this show. Guruji, you have already heard the earlier panelist, Yogacharya Gandhi, as well as the earlier panelist also. Now, being you are a guru, yoga guru, and teaching for last so many years, definitely on this very, very auspicious day of International Yoga Day, we would like to know your views on this. Guruji Sri Radhakrishna Shetty, please.
Namaste, all my yoga global family, and wish you very happy International Yoga Day, all my global family. The yoga is a science and art both. It is a human well-being. In fact, human well-being happening not outside, it is inside us. That's what the wellness of the body, the wellness of the mind is most important, especially present days. And we are mentally distracted a lot. For that, one should know about the depth of yoga and explore himself and find the solution within us. In fact, modern problem is searching solution outside. It is never happens. Never. It is all we have to create ourselves. Happiness should be created. It is not happening. Peace should be created. That is the human wellness. So when we are practicing regularly with the dedication, with the determination, with the discipline, yoga iti anushashanam. Yoga is not a just physical exercise, as ma'am said. It is a method. Anushasana is a discipline of the mind and the body. Dedication, determination, and devotion is to completely eradicate your ego and surrender yourself towards the self to the universe and become one with the universal peace or consciousness. What you say. This is what we say Vasudeva Kutumbakam. In fact, we are all connected in the form of energy and each other. We are all connected to each other. If I hate anybody else, in fact, I hate myself. This is what is the subject we teach in the colleges called autoimmune diseases. It is very relevant practice today. In fact, we are very much missing it. The research and the depth of the yoga, even 2% we have not discovered so far. But if you focus on that, the human well-beings are made out of your thoughts. When you invest your thoughts create what you are become. This is called Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. The balance of the mind, the balance of the body, the balance of the breath are unique. All it is connected to each other. And every person is a unique. Every person have the potential divinity within us. But most of us, we are not aware of it. We just live. We live. We live like a human beings. Actually, we are all born superhuman beings. Only by knowing ourselves, we can explore ourselves, we can bring out that potentialities, what we have within us. This is a journey through practice, practice, and practice. And this is called sadhana. When you know more about yourself, you can better perform yourself. When I'm talking to you now, if I'm not comfortable, I'm unable to talk to you properly, whatever my knowledge and wisdom become wasted. Simply. That's what you do in our daily activities, since from the morning, when you wake up from the bed, till you retire to the bed, you have the different activities. What I'm giving message to this platform, it should not be mechanical and it should be magnetic, akarshan. It should be magnetic. You should be, your body is energy. You attract everything because of your inner wellness. That's what, if you drink a cup of water, drink with awareness. See? This has become meditation. You no need to be sit Padmasana or go to forest or Everest, where you are there at home, wherever you are in the office. You just become, close your eyes, travel yourself and observation breath and find yourself that what you are missing. And what you are eating, what you are drinking, what you're talking to you, what you're looking, what you're listening, what you smell, all these five sense organs are simply mechanically engaged with the many objects. So what I'm telling is, when you're easy, when you're relaxed, when you're cool, in our language we say chill. When you're cool and calm, in fact, the same water you can enjoy better. The same food you can enjoy the better. The same family, every day you can look with a fresh mind and you can enjoy every moment of your. This is what is called wellness. In fact, it will work with a different dimension. If I explain that, it will go to another 1 hour. But what I'm briefly saying this, the human wellness not happening outside. In fact, it is happening inside. You create happiness. Sad is happening. Mischief is happening. Problem is happening. But solution, peace, stability, it is creation. When your mind is totally under your control. It is called samachitta or mana prashamana. When it is happening, you should be focused. But to improve your power of focusing, you can act fantastically well. Because what you do today, we are not doing perfectly well. In fact, I'm telling, because hundreds of people I meet, everybody under stress, but they're doing well outside, but suffering inside. The suffering why happening? Because our focus is only the 50%. We are much busy with the multitask. You are watching TV, eating food, or talking something, watching mobile. So these are all happening because we are used to it. What I am saying, my dear family friends, so how you are easy yourself, you better performance, better, it is not reacting, but it is responding. See the difference between reaction and response. When you practice meditation and daily pranayama, you are improving your inner self. You stop reacting for everything and you respond. Response, you become easy. Respond, you become more focused in one point, in one subject, and one time. Rest of the things you forget it, leave it. Chhod dijiye. First is what you're doing. If you eat, 100% focus on that. Your food become a prasadam. It nourishes your body, not only nourish your brain also. If you're taking a bath, just don't think anything. The water will be not only purifying your body, it's purifying your mind also. You must know about the art of living or art of self-managing. Your life is a wonderful and your life is a so beautiful and you enjoy everything. There is no likes and dislikes. There is no pain and pleasure. All you take with the equal mind, that is your body, mind, and emotions are equally balanced. Samatvam yoga uchyate. Our concept is samatvam yoga uchyate. Means we should be stable in mind, we should be stable in our body, and we should be stable in breath. Then your mind work well. Your distracted mind, the mind will also distracted. The focus power become less. Only the 50% of your concentration never give the result. Never. Should be anything you do it 100% focus. 100%. Then only it will work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Guruji. My question to you is, you mentioned about multitasking, and one should focus for one task only.
Yes.
But nowadays in the corporate world, everyone prefers a person with a multitasking skills. What you say about that?
Sir, the brain have the different dimension. Mano, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara, Chetan. You are, when you use your brain power is a tremendous. See, one man, other man, difference you see. One man struggling for life. Another man, very successful in the world. And is a billionaire. Is a multi-billionaire and to enjoy the life. Everybody have the same time, 24 hours. Everybody have the same body, like you and me. And all the nervous system, muscular system, excretory system, reproductive system, everything work almost every human beings as well as same. We are all born human beings. But the only thing is, sir, I'm saying we should know we are born or we are human beings, but not to die human beings. We should be die with the superhuman beings. This every born human beings are one inbuilt power is given. You may call is anything, this Atma, Paramatma, Jivatma. What you giving this service through this media, global wellness or global one want to be a best place when we are living a limited periods of life. When you leave this world, we should leave some landmark, some contributions. What I'm thinking, what is your question is, I just giving a one answer. When we are used it to the multitask, of course, today we cannot avoid it. But one thing you must believe it, your brain have the capacity to make and manage everything without any distractions and without any error. You have to be absolutely love what you are doing it. Love what you are doing it. It should be want to do, not have to do, or what you should do. When you love the job, it is not you enjoy it. Anything, the message for any corporate people who are working under the pressure, like their asset is their body, their partner is their body. The body is doing well, they can perform better and they can achieve more. Sharira Madhyama Kaludharma Sadhana. Unless that's what should not punish your body and do it. Should not suffer and do it. Should enjoy and do it. This is called want to do, love to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Guruji. Thank you a lot. And just wait for the next round. We will just see and how it goes. So thank you very much for enlightening us about the body and how we should be focused for one task so that we can give more and more proper results. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite and introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Ritika Gupta. Rotarian Ritika Gupta is the Charter Secretary of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. She is the CEO of Ma Saraswati Hospital, Mathura. She is a Bachelor in Engineering, IT from Pune University and an MBA Finance from ICFAI University, Hyderabad. She worked with HDFC Bank in the credit department for over 4 years. She is working closely with her family educational venture of Gyan Mahavidyalaya and chain of industrial training institutes, ITIs. She is keenly interested in fitness and wellness. She is a firm believer of a sustainable lifestyle with fitness for mind and body. She pursues meditation for calmness of the mind and yoga for the fitness of the body. She is a face yoga coach and conducts online coaching classes of clients from all over the world. She has an Instagram page with over 16,000 followers and over 4 million viewers. She has great testimonials from clients who have noticed amazing results through consistent practice of face yoga, which helps in embracing a natural lifestyle while boosting one's confidence too. Welcome, Rotarian Ritika Gupta. Rotarian Ritika Gupta, we have heard lots about yoga. But face yoga, I think it is like ENT or eye department in the medical science. So similarly, now the yoga has been also differentiated with different things. So like it's a face yoga. So we, on this very special day and the auspicious day of International Yoga Day, we would like to know your views and especially on face yoga. Rotarian Ritika Gupta, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goel, for having me. And I am very, very happy and honored to be here. Thank you so much for being around. And yes, as Mr. Goel just shared with you my profile. So I am a face yoga coach, which I've been pursuing for since past 5 years now, and I am completely hooked onto it, to say the least. And I'm going to start with wishing you all a very happy International Yoga Day. And so I would just like to start out with saying, like, how we talk about fitness of the body and the mind, but it's never that we, actually talk about our face, or it's never that we talk about doing anything to our face. So why is it that we alienate one part of our body completely while we talk about the fitness of the body and the mind? So you would be surprised to know that our face, our neck, as well as our scalp, it consists of over 57 muscles. So it is the 57 plus muscles which are there on our face, our neck, as well as our scalp that we work on through the practice of face yoga. And as Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi had mentioned, that a body in which there is completely free flow of pran, and as I might also like to add, that the most natural state of being for the human body is where there is completely free flow of pran without any blockages and any kind of, knots inside our body, so that there is complete free flow and exchange of our bodily fluid. So why is it that, we completely discount the face? While you would notice that as in how we go through so many emotions in our day, and while you may be feeling completely comfortable in one particular moment, but in the very next moment, something that you hear or something that you listen to, suddenly you would feel the muscles of your jaw, muscles of your face strain. So that is where, again, we tend to hold so many blockages. And the practice of face yoga involves in actually loosening those knots and, blockages from your body, from your face, to allow for free flow of prana all through the body. And it is again a very holistic practice, which is also very ancient to our culture in India. While you would have seen that a newborn baby is given a massage to actually kind of make the baby strong, then why is it that, which is the similar way in which, massaging your face and massaging your body gives it the strength, as well as it helps you reconnect with your internal being. Similarly, you would have noticed for new Indian mothers, I'm not too sure about the prevalent practices in other cultures, but in Indian culture, a new mother is always recommended a massage for the hair as well as the body, to just loosen all the strained muscles in the entire body. It is similarly for the face. When you do this kind of a massage, and there are a lot of face exercises along with breathing practices which really help you in relieving all the strain from your face. And aside from having aesthetic benefits, it has a lot of benefits for your body as well, which involves, you would get amazing sleep when you practice something like massaging your face and connecting with your internal body. It will really help you in relieving all the stress from your entire day, while yoga in the morning would just recharge you and set up the right tone for the day. But when you practice a very relaxed face massage in the evening along with a scalp massage, it'll just set the right tone for the day, while giving you a complete relaxation and setting you up for a nice sleep in the night. So yet again, like, we talk about yoga being holistic. in a similar fashion, face yoga involves a lot of face massages to start with. It involves posture correction. Posture is very, very important to how we look and feel. It is not got to do solely with looks, but even how you feel is very, very highly dependent on posture. So posture is what we really focus on as well, along with face massages, then face exercises, followed with breathing practices, which have been borrowed from traditional yoga, wherein you just connect with your breath by giving pause in between and just living in that moment, actually, as was mentioned by Radhakrishna Shetty ji as well, that it is about meditation is not just about actually sitting with the closed eyes and your hands in a Gyan Mudra. Instead, it is also being more mindful about everything that you go through in your entire day. So it is that kind of a practice that face yoga is. And I would say that beautification is bliss. And there are so many women that, and in fact, men as well, who go through so many challenges in their life when they feel so low on confidence, as well as, resort to even, very stricter means wherein they go into depression and they feel very underconfident about how they look. Then, if you have a means to actually attain all that while sitting at your home and not relying on any external means, then why not? So many people these days are resorting to artificial surgical procedures to actually become more beautiful and more desirable, without even realizing that your hands actually have the power to actually give you that kind of a glow and beauty while you're at home through the practice of face yoga. So that is what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Ritika Gupta, for giving views about face yoga. My question to you is, what does current scientific research say about the effectiveness of face yoga?
Yes. So there have been many, many studies that have been conducted over a vast group of audience over a long span of time. And it would be safe to say that through the practice of face yoga, within just 3 months of time regularly, people have noticed that they have, delayed their signs of aging. And in fact, they have reversed their age by over 5 years. Their looks, with removal of fine lines, wrinkles, boosting the blood circulation, the glow on their face, actually has given them the impression of reverse aging by 5 years within just a span of 3 months of regular practice.
So if
So there
somebody
have
will
been multiple studies.
practice for 6 months, 10 years will
Well,
go.
you
And
can
if I
definitely
will
say
practice
that.
for, sorry?
I have a lot of client testimonials that testify the fact that face yoga has worked for them and how confident they feel after having embraced such a practice that gives them the confidence of, just getting over their flaws and something that was bothering them without resorting to more surgical means like Botox and fillers and facelift surgical procedures as well. So yes, client testimony as well as practice and scientific research does support massaging the face as well as practicing face exercises as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Rotarian Ritika Gupta. My question goes to Yogacharya Nishita Gandhi. Are you there, Yogacharya? Okay. See, what we have realized in the practical way that people who start doing yoga and especially doing on International Day, then after a day or after a week, the fatigue will come and then this is forget. So what tips you want to give to maintain a consistency for a yoga?
That's a very good question. And I was hoping that somebody will ask me because, yes, you are right that regular practice of yoga is very, very important. Just doing it for a few days and then forgetting about it. The regular practice is very, very important. Now the stop that most of the people have, I feel they think that I don't have the time for it. No, where do I'm doing so many other things. Like I do want the benefits of yoga without, working for it or without giving more time to one more activity in my life with so many things that people are doing. Now, the good news is that it is not separate from your life. It is integrated in your life, into your day-to-day life and into moment to moment. As Radhakrishna ji mentioned, it is not just practice, but it is an attitude towards life. So every moment is an opportunity to live a yoga way. Every moment is an opportunity to live. What I mean to say yoga is to live a conscious life versus a mechanical life, which is our habits and patterns. Now, I'd just like to quickly highlight this. So who we are, who I am as a personality has become a mechanical Nishita. And every moment I have a choice of pausing and going beyond these patterns and habits. And that is conscious living. That is yoga. Yoga is not asanas or pranayams. These are mere tools to allow this attitude to develop within us. Now, if you take the help of these tools, life can be miraculously amazing. It can transform your life. And this I'm speaking from experience, that just like everybody else, I have had my shares of challenges. And because I've had this pillar in my life, I have really gone beyond and expanded my personality. And it is a continuous process.
Okay.
And that I will feel that, but the practices give you that habit. So you are forming a new habit and then it can transform your life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Yogacharya. Now my question goes to Guruji. Guruji, there are different branches of yoga, Hatha Yoga, Raj Yoga, etc., etc. Which yoga you suggest for a person who is busy in the life so that he can practice for few minutes or some time and go for that, do the routine work? Can you just specify that?
Sir, all yoga theme is the same. Like how all the river finally merge with the ocean. Finally, the ultimate goal is the same. Peace, happiness, and freedom. Jivan Mukti, it's called. In fact, all the yogas should be leads to the same goal, same aim. But today, basically, I'm talking about the body and the mind. When we are looking good or feeling good, the difference you should be understanding. When you are 15 minutes qualities of practice pranayama or dhyana or asanas, it is making and bringing your inner wellness. This is you are feeling good. This is your feeling good. But when you are more conscious about your external body, it is only looking good. It may not be leads to you feeling good. What I'm saying is, this is very simple, very, very simple. I means illness. We means wellness. When you are unconditionally and unboundedly, I'm a not just a physical body, I'm an energy, and I connect to every part of the nature every morning, early morning, when you wake up from the bed. First, you sit a posture. If you don't have time, no problem. A posture or just tune with the nature and sit a posture, close your eyes and connect yourself. Connect yourself individually with the universally. It is very simple. It's possible to have anybody. You are inhaling all the energy from the nature and exhale all the toxin, means negative from the body.
Okay,
5
okay.
minutes,
Yes. Thank you very much, Guruji. My last question to Rotarian Ritika Gupta. What is the age limit for the face yoga? Minimum age and the maximum age. A person like me, 70 years, can also do the face yoga, or a young child of 4 or 5 years can start the face yoga. What is the age limit for that?
So actually, for the recommended age to start is as early as 18, because that is till the age of 18, your features are still developing. So it's only after that that you can actually start out with the exercises. However, they differ between, being corrective and preventive. So preventive is what we recommend starting from as early as the age of 18. And I've honestly had clients till even late 60s, not 70s as yet, but late 60s, and they've noticed wonderful transformations. And so I do recommend for any age till when you are confident enough to just and willing to work on yourself, then why not? Age
Thank
is
you.
no
Thank you very
barrier.
much, Rotarian Ritika Gupta. So over to you, Amrita. Today is a very auspicious day, and I'm sure that all our viewers across the world listening are very much enlightened with the views given by the panelists so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. Thank you, all the guests. It was a very bright and enlightening sessions, and all your guests have brought different facets of yoga. And I think among all the exercises that are mentioned world over, yoga is very unique because yoga in itself is bringing a lot of facets which people don't know. In terms of its aspect that makes you beautiful outside, inside, as well as empowers you, which is among the rare of the rare aspects that connects you with the soul. And yeah, it also gives a lot of opportunity for people to explore themselves. And I think being in this field since so many years, when you teach yoga, any kind of yoga, it empowers you as well. It gives you a light to move yourself. You yourself reflect into that energy and also see yourself in the ocean of depth of the things that you have been teaching world over to people. And therefore it's a very good aspect and way to live, I think, which will make globe a better place to live in, because it will enhance mental well-being, physical well-being, and spiritual well-being world over. So my best wishes, and all the Healing Our Earth family, wishing you a very best in your life. Keep igniting the light of yoga and keep spreading up the wisdom. Let people have anti-aging and let people take samadhi someday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and global namaste. Thank you very much.
Global namaste to you. And it's time to move from India to US, where we have our host, as well as our producer, as well as our chef, as well as our video maker, and the beautiful, gorgeous musician, and a lot more to say, whatnot. Oh, Sharon, global namaste to you, Sharon.
Global namaste, Amrita ji. So nice to be here.
Yes, it's really nice to be with you, especially Sharon, at this hour of our episode every Sunday, because you yourself are a yogi and you bring people as well as the energy in this episode in so many different ways. Definitely. Nobody can count on how old you are, and that's what the light that you have to share with people. And today I can see guest with you as well, a bright soul next to you. So Sharon, it's time
She's
to
my
introduce her.
inspiration.
Yeah.
So you
wow.
know,
So it's
some
time.
of you know how old I am. She's 10 years older than me. We had a beautiful class last
I
night.
look at the
workshop.
aura. Look at the aura she's having. And so a global namaste to you as well.
This is Jeannie Schwartz-Cobb. Hello. Well, I first want to comment on what was just the discussion. Number one,
Sure.
as a
Yes.
practitioner of Kathak,
Yes.
I would say that Indian classical dance and the abhinaya, the expressions, and the mind, that's a form of face yoga. We were like last night.
True.
In the class, we were doing all these eye exercises I showed on eye care, and that's a form of face yoga. So I'm always a proponent advocate for dance
And Sharon,
movement.
your dance and the things you learned from Satara Devi is nothing much later than just dance. It's a spiritual dance. It's a form of yoga, basically. And there's a big concept of music with mudras, and the kind of gestures which are mentioned in the classical dance of India has its own take with the spiritual energy. And that's perfectly right what you have been putting forward. So this is another different face of yoga. So put forward certain other things and also show some mudras to us that will help people.
Well, we're going to, since we brought Jeannie here, she is, would you say an expert? Yes. In a form of movement, meditative, extraordinary form of movement called eurythmy. And she's going to talk about that. And last night she came to my class and we were just going on about the correspondences between eurythmy and
amazing
Indian dance and also Qigong, because the Guru just a few minutes ago, he was talking about the nature of the mind and releasing the thoughts, and Qigong, that's what it's all about. But also I'm thinking Indian dance, because if you don't keep your focus, you're gone. So that also is a form of meditation and a form of keeping the mind really clear and focused on the moment. Because if I'm doing, and I'm not thinking, oh my goodness, I could just go off and be completely out of the dance, then have to find my way back in the rhythm. But I would say rhythm and movement, and particularly Indian classical dance, which really is a form of yoga. The yoga poses are all used in Indian classical dance, whatever form. So to me, it's an incredible form for rejuvenation, for keeping the mind really clear and balancing, as the Guru was talking about, keeping one in balance. Now that I'm dancing 5 days a week now,
wow.
Oh, it's a health thing too. It's like, oh, the doctor said, oh, you need more exercise. I'm okay. I'm just going to dance every day. And it uses every part of the body. And since you're embodying like Lakshmi or Durga or Shiva, you're in a total state of, transformative state. It's fantastic. But let's go. We're going to talk about eurythmy now. Shall I hold
Sure.
I'm going to hold it. I'm going to film you. Okay. You can just.
I would like to first thing, and is that at the age of 6 years old, I loved classical music, and my father introduced me to it, and I started dancing. And I was in contests. That was my world, and I had every kind of dancing exposure there was. He gave us all private lessons. And I reached my teenage years and I decided I would study drama. So I went into Shakespearean drama and worked on the stage. And then I did film because I was living in that part of the world, Hollywood. And so I did film. And just in the moment when I was about to have a big film career, I saw a performance.
I think we lost her connection. And she was really nice talking about her own experiences and how yoga can be in different forms for every individual, which is the beautiful part of yoga, and it connects you the way you like. It turns you the way you want to be, and that kind of a flexibility and changes that yoga brings, it's just so amazing. And I have with me our founder and director Neil Kumar, who has to say something now. Neil Kumar, it was a very beautiful start, and we have Sharon as well with us.
We're back. We're back.
Can you please make it landscape and move your camera?
I am.
It'll be nice. The
Not
other way
this. We want.
around.
Yeah, that's where we are.
More. Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, we're out
Please go ahead.
We're out in rural in the desert. So, the internet is not perfect, but let's go. Here we are.
I will try to be concise then. Through my exploration at the age of 15, I went to Yogananda Center and I took classes in Hatha Yoga, and I loved it. And I could do anything they asked me to do, including Uddiyana Bandha. I could do it immediately. And that took years for people to train. But my body was, I incarnated with this body that could do anything. And I did gymnastics. I taught myself all that. But at the moment when I was ready for that film career, I saw a performance of something called Eurythmy. And it was performed by a woman from London who had a school of Eurythmy in London. And she made one movement in front of the audience. And I said, that's it. I recognized something that I chose before I incarnated. And I remembered the moment I chose it. And so I began to investigate that. I decided in the end that I would not do the film industry, that I would pack up my bags and move to Europe. I was quite in my 20s, idealistic. And I went to a place in Switzerland called the Goethe Annum, which was a man called Rudolf Steiner. He did Waldorf schools, biodynamics, and so on. And there I studied for 6 years artistic eurythmy, and the 4-year training was the artistic, 1 year of pedagogical, and 1 year of what they call curative eurythmy. In doing so, I could investigate also a timeline, how as we incarnate on the earth as a humanity, at different time periods, different things are given to the human being for the next stage of evolution. Now, India, of course, had all the Vedas. China had the Tao. We had these incarnating spirit forces coming towards mankind. Now, in the Western world, it was materialism, hardened materialism that was being developed. Rudolf Steiner brought spirit into material, whether it was through the farming, and there are biodynamic farms in India, or if it was in the medicine field, the pharmaceuticals, all homeopathy, then the arts of speech, drama, and this called eurythmy. Eurythmy was asked as a renewal of dance because ballet in that time was still beautiful, but an egoistic form. The ego was very involved. Eurythmy, you have to be out of the way for it to really come down through you. It looks a little bit like what Isadora Duncan did, except that she was improvisational. Eurythmy is all consciously trained. We have one side of it, music. You study it as though you were a musician. The other side is poetry. And you study that as a great poem with the vowels, consonants, and nuances. It's the development of the word incarnating through man. Even the music is like the word, the spiritual word incarnating, and that we then become representatives of this higher form. And ego has no place in it. I ask you to actually observe on the computer. There's many programs and things on eurythmy. It is spelled EURYTHMY. There are performances. It also goes into the healing aspects of it. I have worked with people who were handicapped in many ways, accident victims, paralyzed, and brought movement back into the body, because it's not working directly with the physical laws, but with the body around the physical, which is the etheric, the life body. And by activating that, that works down into the physical and renews. Even people who are totally paralyzed, I've gotten them to move again. Or let's say the eurythmy has, working with the laws of eurythmy. I am honored that I could have had a 6-year training. And it was like being in a monastery. We had no media except live performances. Everything about it was very pure. I could leave civilization and create a development of something free from all the impressions of the outside world. And in so doing, I had not just a career of it. I trained many people, 4-year trainings for the artistic. They have opened schools in different parts of the world. I am now 85 years old and I am still teaching. And
I think we lost her connection, but what a wonderful way she was telling about herself. And Nilkumar, isn't it such a nice way? She is still exploring her life at the age of 85, where people think it's time to dig in certain other things for the way to heaven. She's still
Correct.
in the light of the life.
85 and still going strong. So she's actually living the experience and her teaching, because she's there, she's feeling good, and she's 85, only 15 years to go to a century, which is so beautiful. They are back again. Thank you, Sharon. If you are lopsided, if you make yourself correct landscape. And we
I've lost her again.
Yes.
Can you hear the voice?
Yes.
Okay, then I would only like, I would like to conclude that with, I have only been once in my whole life really ill where I needed intervention. I had never been in hospital. I never go to doctor because I can heal myself. I know how to work with myself. And it had only once been ill where I needed an intervention. And I think it had a lot to do with not only the genetics, but the way I have eaten, but also the eurythmy, which is so life-building. It's renewing continuously.
Will you show us something?
I can't do that. I can't. It's
like the
well,
what you said last night.
Last evening,
Yes.
when you were speaking about in the dance,
yes,
contraction. I have that when I'm in a circle of people. I have them starting in the internal part of the circle. We all come in, and then we all open out wide to the cosmos, and we touch the stars, and take these stars and contract back into the microcosmos. So it's the finite and the infinite, and that these streams that are working between the two are all connected. And then you me the most important thing, that the energy is the entire body. Because of the training, I can see where it blocks, what blocks. And I can tell a student, even a new student, okay, take your energy field down to your left half in your leg, and they can do that because it's all consciousness. And if the consciousness wakes up to itself, it's capable of moving and healing.
So isn't it wonderful that even at 85, she was able to raise her both arms on a V shape effortlessly and felt good. So she was reaching out up to yonders to draw her energy. And it's wonderful. And let's see if the signal has improved. So apologies to the viewers if you are seeing a bit of intermittent. There she is. Look, now she's happy, smiling. And so as we were saying, that is so wonderful that you have reached to yourself. You can heal yourself. You proved it to the people that it is the right way, that you have found the outreach which can help people, because you are 85, only 15 years to go for a century. And isn't it wonderful that the journey is still going on and on?
And in good health. But all movement is the key. Whether we go like in a great crystal, and each facet of that crystal is representing another part of civilization. Yoga is a very powerful form. I have done yoga. I love yoga. Eurythmy is another form of movement. It's to move the body, especially when we get older. That's very critical. So I would like to leave it at that. I thank you so much for hearing me and allowing me to speak on your program. Thank you. Blessing.
Jean, before we
Thank
let you go, when did your interest, Sharon, yes, when did Jean start her interest in yoga? How did she come about it?
I studied yoga when I was 15 years old.
70
I went
years
to
back you studied?
Yogananda Center. Pardon me?
70 years back.
So that is
exactly.
70 years back,
ago.
where
And
there was no internet.
They were all Indian teachers, all of them. There were no Caucasians yet trained. So they all came from India. And this
Where
was
this
for me
in?
such a wonderful thing.
Which country was this in?
It was in Hollywood. And it was on Sunset Boulevard. They had a big vegetarian restaurant, which I had an affinity to. And then I saw that they were doing yoga classes, so I took the classes. And I was just a child at the time, waking up to spirit. And that was the beginning. That really did for me. And from there, I explored. I've studied every religion. I've traveled the world. I've prayed in mosques. I've prayed in temples. I've prayed in cathedrals. I've prayed in everything that's given to mankind. And I love humanity. And I'm really a Buddhist, Christian, Hindu, Islamic Jew, shaman. And I've studied all of them.
So effectively, you are a human being.
That's it exactly. And my father said to me, Jeannie, no one is above you and no one is below you. You're all sisters and brothers on the earth. And the second principle was, your word is your being. And that's what I grew up with. And I still practice that. That's the essence of my.
Jane, that is the reason why Sharon recommended you, because everybody at Healing Our Earth, all the love is to build a network, build a family, love, unity, harmony, peace, and liberty.
Yes.
And you have
exactly.
actually lived it for 85 years, maybe 10 years more than Sharon. So you can share some tips to her as well, how well she has come, how well
She's a wonderful lady. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it's wonderful. And
Thank
and
you
Sharon,
so much.
Sharon, well done. Once
Thank
again.
you.
Oh, thank you. You should have seen her last night in my class. What an inspiration. She could do everything.
Anything.
Anything, really. And then she was comparing everything I was doing to Eurythmy. I learned so much last night, and it was a beautiful class we had.
And the beautiful part is, Sharon, she enjoys doing it. Now,
oh yes, that's the most important. Yeah.
So Sharon, we're going to stay around. We're still going to stay around with you. We're going to move. We're going to keep to United States of America. We are going to mix India, UK, Mauritius, and America, and bring a different kind of session with meditation and millets, where Riddhi found this very nice subject where Professor Ish Sharma Hathal, who was here a couple of weeks back, and Riddhi and our very own Vedacharya Dhanada Kulkarni is over there, the smiling Dhanada. Amrita, Riddhi, take it over.
Global Namaste, Dhanada.
Global Namaste, Dhanada. Global Namaste, Hetalji.
Global
Thank
Namaste,
you.
Hetalji, you're on mute.
So Hathal, if you could, you have made a course now. If you could just make your screen landscape, so it'll be fun. We also invite Ish, who is in Mauritius, a senior professor and a person who leads one of the Ayush Ministries project down in Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. So What a nice session we have had so far, Amrita, Riddhi. Riddhi, you've been here from the start. The kind of people we had Lord actually inaugurating, and then we had the MP Bob, and then we had so many sessionists and Reina, and we traveled Israel, India. We went to Mombasa, then we came back to London, and we had so many people. So Riddhi, what have we got lined up? Meanwhile, Hetal, if you can hear us, if you could turn your video into landscape, so it's a full screen. Oh, yeah, perfect. Don't change anything. Beautiful. Riddhi, Amrita, take it away.
Fantastic. So a global namaste, dearest Hetuji, Ishji, and Dinadiji. And I've got to say, this is a session that I am absolutely excited for because each of you are an expert in your own rights. But Hetuji, let's begin with you because this whole idea of millets and meditation has come about after we've had the TTC in London. And it's been fantastic to see the journey of holistic cooking and their cooking experiences that we have had in London, where we were making millets more or less for lunch every single day. And each of us felt so empowered to be a part of this process, to be eating fresh, live food that was cooked an hour before we sat down to have lunch. And all of us felt so uplifted afterwards. Usually we tend to get an energy crash. And part of that is because of the food that we're eating. But with millets, we felt completely different. So please go ahead. Tell us how the event was yesterday of Millets and Meditation.
Okay, namaste everyone. My humble pranam to all of you. We had a fantastic event here in San Antonio celebrating the 10th International Day of Yoga. And this event was scheduled from morning 8 o'clock up until 1 p.m. We were hoping for about 300 to 350 people, but we got overwhelming response from the community with more than 500 participants. We started our morning with an Ashtanga Yoga class with an intense asana practice, which was followed by a gentle yoga class at around 9:30. And then we had a formal start to the event by lighting of the lamp. And our students did a yoga demo for 10 minutes. And then we recognized our volunteers and then moved on to a breakout session where we offered them 3 different options with Vipassana, pranayam practice, and heartfulness meditation. And after that, our festival started, which was the highlight. We had 30 different millet dishes from different parts of the world and also different regions in India. Those are traditional, and those were replaced from rice or wheat by millets. And so we had millet upma, millet pulao, millet tikki, millet chaat, millet idli and sambar, so many different varieties of millet. And people loved it. And we also had kids-friendly millet dishes with noodles and millet cookies, no sugar, no refined products. Everything was freshly made, served in a very sustainable manner. Compostable spoons, compostable plates, no plastic bottles, refillable water bottles bought from home. Plates that were compostable were stacked so that we use only one trash bag for the entire 500 people event. So very mindfully done. A lot of educational booths were placed on the health benefits of millets. We had displayed different kinds of millets with labels and what are the advantages of using them. So it was absolutely beautifully organized. We had 60 to 70 volunteers that put together this whole event. The whole event was for free, no cost to the people. And it was sponsored by the community with some of the sponsors coming together. So we are very, very happy and very satisfied and very fulfilled with what happened.
Amazing. Ishji, what are your comments on this? I know that you've actually introduced millets on Healing Our Earth before. You've been very prominent in order to be able to advocate millets and the benefits of millets. What are your thoughts?
I'm an advanced, I'm an Ashtanga Yoga practitioner, and my practice requires me to eat the best, vibrant food available. Because if I don't eat, my practices are not possible. So I was introduced to this a year ago when I was in Mysore, and the Millet Man of India is in Mysore, and my friends who are the Ashtanga Yoga practitioners introduced me to the millets. And since then, I have pretty much switched only to millet diet. very less wheat, very less rice, but I don't get food coma. I think you gave me this word, Nidhi, food coma. And I've been using since then. And I absolutely love the energy I get after that. And so much of endurance and so much of ability to do so many difficult tasks for a long time, holding the focus of body and
And
mind.
I remember when we actually had the TTC in London, and literally it was only after the Ashtanga yoga practice in the morning, it was around 11 o'clock that we had fresh fruits. And then it was around 5 o'clock where we had a smoothie afterwards. And it was just very sustaining. None of us felt hungry because we actually had the millets for lunch, and the millets ended up sustaining us and giving us energy. It was prana shakti, so to speak, because when we look at the three gunas and the three doshas, we can actually see that millets are very sustaining. It's very environmentally effective. It's effective for our energy to be able to sustain us for longer amounts of time, as you mentioned, Hethuji, and just overall really good for us.
Yes, yes. And yeah, and just bringing people together, but asking them to cook the dish and bringing it, that itself gave them the ownership. So they did a lot of hard work to research a good recipe that they could serve. And you could see the joy they were serving the food with. So I think it's something that we can easily replicate, low expense, and involve the community and spread the word. And now in San Antonio, all of our stores are running out of millets. So we're very, very happy.
That's got to be a positive. And what kind of dishes did you have? What was the atmosphere like yesterday?
So we had beautifully decorated the space with pallets, the pallets that you use, they throw away in the big stores. And we used the cotton ropes, and we made swings and hanging from there. And on that, we placed the serving dishes that people had bought. So we had appetizers on one side, like millet poha, millet upma, some millet dhokla, millet khaman. Then we had the main course with millet idli sambar, millet pulao, tikki the tikki chaat. And then desserts, we had millet kheer, millet laddus. Those were two of my favorite. And then we had somebody who had created a chula, like how in Indian village, we had created an Indian village here in the ashram. So we dug it in the ground, and we had a cow dung because we also have 5 cows at the ashram. So we created a fire pit in the ground, and we served traditional freshly made jawar roti. There were 2 ladies sitting and making fresh rotis and giving 500 people. So they worked nonstop for 3 hours making those fresh rotis so that everybody could try them out. But it was just beautiful, beautifully done.
So usually we say yog se hoga. I think here we say millet se hoga. There's so many different varieties from what you've just explained. There's so many different dishes that we can make, be that savory dishes or sweet dishes. The basis of it is millets, but there is a lot of variety. Usually people think that they are very limited in their food choices, especially when they're vegetarians or vegans, but I think you've just proved them all wrong.
Yeah, and the key is really to cook them right. There is a technique. It has to be soaked. It has to be cooked. You have to be rotating the use of millets. So all of that has to be applied, because a lot of people come back saying, "Oh no, I have indigestion with millets," or the millets they don't suit me." But that's not right. They're just excellent for everybody. You just need to cook it in the right manner and serve it and eat it in the right manner. And very little millets, you don't take a whole lot and take very little sabji and dal. A lot of lentils, a lot of pulses. We follow the lunar calendar of Ayurveda on which dal and which pulse to cook every day of the week. So at my home, we have the dals and pulses labeled as Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, according to the week and the lunar calendars. So ample of those dals and lentils and pulses, and lots of vegetables, and then you put them and mix it with millet well, make it soupy, and you eat. And you also have to soak them. And then you don't throw the water you soak it, you cook it in the same water. All these are very important points.
So when it's more soupy, does that make it a lot more digestible? Does it mean that the Agni is higher in the stomach?
It is. And we also ferment them, Riddhi. So typically in my house, we soak it in the night. I cook it in the morning around 4:30, and we eat it at 4:30 for our dinner. So when you leave it for about 10 to 12 hours, they also get fermented. And I cook my millets in clay pot always. That's the best utensil to cook your millets in, traditional clay pot, because it has the pores for the bacteria to get in and ferment it well. So it is really high in gut microbiomes that are healthy for you. It's just absolutely gives you so much energy. Yes, I'm 50, but I have more energy every single day to do my advanced Ashtanga practice because of the food.
Fantastic. And that is very hectic because you yourself have learnt from BKS Iyengar and Pradeepa Joyce. So just the tenacity with which you do your yoga asanas at the Om Ashram there in San Antonio, and the way that you teach the students how to do it requires a certain level of flexibility, but it also requires a certain level of willpower. And now when they're giving themselves the right kind of foods, they're sustaining themselves properly from the outside, because those are freshly farmed millets, they are freshly produced ingredients, and they're actually sustaining those and eating those. Their practice starts to automatically become better, not just on the mat, but also off the mat. And I had a personal experience of that after you told me how to make millet dosa, which is very exciting. So I tried that with the poha that you mentioned and the millets, and just mixed it all together, left it overnight, and then made it first thing in the morning. And it was absolutely amazing. I don't think I've ever had dosa like that before, but just to actually start to experiment with all these different ingredients in itself. I was trying the foxtrot millets, and it's just incredible to start to experiment and get the palate used to different types of millets, because each millet will have a different type of taste.
Yes, Riddhi, there's audience asking which millets. So there are positive millets, neutral millets, and negative millets. And you should increase the intake of positive millets. They're also called as Shri Dhanya in India, but those are foxtail millets, barnyard millets, brown top millets, little millets, kudo millets, and proso millets. These are all the positive millets. So you can search up, because there's tons and tons of stuff. We know 2023 was declared as International Year of Millets, just so that we could promote this. And it's not only just good for us, it's very, very good for Mother Earth, because it requires very less water, and it actually nourishes the soil you grow the millets in. It's absolutely sustainable and good for us, good for the Mother Earth.
Absolutely. And Ish, Global Namaste, can you tell us more about this millets initiative that happened in 2023? I think you were at the heart of this.
Surely. Ayurveda has mentioned at length about millets. And interestingly, like in that context, Ayurveda called it by the name Kudhanya. Kudhanya means like not the very superior kind of food. You know, why so? Because you can imagine 10,000 years back, millets were not or are not providing as many calories as we get from wheat and rice. So everyone had to work hard. Kings had to walk. There were no cars, you know. So by default, everyone was like physically exerting a lot. And they wanted a high calorie food where wheat and rice were at the top. And, you know, like those who were not very rich were, you know, ending up with eating millets. Now the scenario has changed. Now we all are suffering from calorie overload, and we require a grain, a class of food which is depleting our calories. Millets being hot, dry, and light as per the Ayurveda properties, they are the best against non-communicable diseases. They being hot, dry, and light, they reduce your body weight because they are light. They reduce your cholesterol because they are so dry, they would just absorb your fats. You know, whatever fat you eat, they would absorb it. And being hot, they promote your metabolism, and they promote calorie burning. They end up giving you lesser calories than wheat and rice. And like being not being calorie intense, this is the best quality. They have the best quality of complex carbohydrates, which is the term of the day. Complex carbs is the one answer against all NCDs. We cannot go by like to take carbs or proteins or fat or to avoid one, two, or three, complex carb is like I believe is the best reply to all NCDs, cancers, diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, liver, kidney problems, and whatnot. So millets are really wonderful. There is such a wide array of millets, like 10 are so common and popular millets. You can have such a variety of dishes you can prepare. Rajasthan, and I come from Rajasthan. I remember when I was a kid, the only sweet dish we would be getting maybe once a week would be bajra chapati mixed with a lot of jaggery and cow ghee. So that was the ultimate day we used to wait for. And laddus would be made out of bajra chapati, which is very, very dry, mixed with a lot of jaggery and ghee. So now we are, since like 2023, this becomes a responsibility. We being in government positions to promote millet, and we did promote millets, and they are really wonderful. As Ms. Hetal informed, they require very little water to grow. And there are a few things we keep repeating in every talk. Rice, 1 kilogram of rice would be taking 3,500 liters of water to grow. Now, 3,500 liters for 1 kilogram, and millets will practically require no irrigation. They are seedy grasses which grow by their own. They do not require a proper methodical cultivation. They do not require protection with fertilizers and pesticides, because the innate immunity millets have got, no bacteria can commonly harm them. So if we consume those millets, our immunity goes up. Water requirement is so low, which is again like a blessing for Mother Earth. If all the 8 billion people in the world are going for rice, and rice, the only 1% fresh water being available to us, it will be depleted. We are going to leave nothing for the future generations. If we switch to millets, maybe, you might not be a pure millet eater, 10%, 20%, 40%, whatever you can. If you can replace your rice particularly with the 5, 10, 20% of millets, you will be doing a great, service to the mankind. And this is what Sustainable Development Goal number 12 is about. Responsible consumption. We might afford to buy rice, for example. If we can buy, then this is not the case that we should buy. We have to think, if I'm consuming 1 kilogram of rice in my family, I am consuming 3,500 liters of water. And if I replace it with millets, I'm saving 3,500 liters of fresh water. So health benefits are wonderful. Environmental benefits, we spoke last month, like this is a C4 crop. It would be consuming more and more carbon dioxide, and this is a top crop to release oxygen. That is where it is such a benefactor for the environment. And zero hunger. The sustainable development goal number 2 is zero hunger. The world will get food to eat only if we consume more and more millets. If everyone is going after like wheat or rice, then many brothers and sisters will not get food to eat. We cannot ensure zero hunger. So apart from health benefits, zero hunger, it can deliver climate change, it can control responsible consumption, it can ensure. So millets is really all good, and there being such a huge variety, you can keep rotating the taste. Your kitchen can be like much interesting and delicious place. Riddhi.
Amazing. And Dr. Zanardi, I know you've just had the Dallas Yoga Fest yesterday. Do you tell us more about it?
It was wonderful. Global namaste to everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me, Riddhi. Dallas Yoga Fest happened so very well. They celebrated International Yoga Day, and Swami Mukundanandaji and several other senators and a very populated people wrote the seed of happening. I have been in celebration part since 2013 with the Dallas Yoga Force. And every year they bring more than thousands of people together to celebrate the Vedic way of living. And this is a very annual celebration, different types of yogas, different types of meditations, several different types of holistic medicines, from booths to better workshops to health fairs, and talking about the free wellness for the community. All was given a strength, and it was really very beautiful. It's awesome to be a part of each year for that matter. It was wonderful, Riddhi.
And what are your views on what Dr. Ishama just shared with us when it comes to holistic living and mindful eating? Is millets the way forward?
I would say there are very well written scriptures, knowledge about the millets, Ashtanga Hridayas, and the treaties that we say Charak Shrut Vagbat are given references for the millets in the chapter of Anna Swarupa Vigyani Adhyay, and in the millets has many names. One of that name, Dr. Ishji said, and of course Hetalji, is Shri Dhanya, Ku Dhanya. It's also called Kshudra Dhanya. Okay, it is also called Nirava Dhanya. Nirava Dhanya, just like I was remembering when Dr. Ish said that they are Swajatiya, Swajat, which means they grow automatically. They don't need much of a water. And that is why it is more in the category of a Laghu Dhanya, which is a very beautiful concept of Ayurveda. And more, as we see, Lord, I think Abraham Lincoln once said that I have seen more deaths not because of the hunger, but because of overeating. And that is the 22nd century's truth, that variety of lifestyle diseases are mainly happening because of some kind of improper lifestyle and diet. And being said that in Ayurveda, thousands of years ago, we say that sarve rogaha mandagno, which means any disease start with your appropriate digestive methods, or you are not taking food or digestion properly. Being said that it is a Nirav Dhanya, and it takes very less water content, it becomes highly rich from the soil to have the minerals sucked in, because uh, the other dhanyas, the other grains that they need more water, also gets more cell permeability, and we get more, as you could see, there is history of having more rice and other lentils can put you in category of diabetes and other things. According to Ayurveda, the water retention is a very big component. But mixed grain, that mandava and kodo and other finger millets, it's been prescribed in Ayurveda, and it has many different varieties to give the common properties, to give more benefits. So first of all, the post digestive effect of millets is madhura and kashaya, which means sweet and astringent in taste. Those both are the qualities our digestion thrive, because our body wants to be into alkaline rather than in acidic mode. Many of the time, if you could see this, the different types of diet like keto diets or other diets, what they're trying to put you, it's they try to put you the high carbs, which go into the reach into the mineral, and then they scrape, idea having removed the excessive fat or adipose tissue. And it happens effortlessly, according to Bhav Prakash Nigantu, that Kshudra Dhanya has that warmth enough in the low ratio, but the post digestive effect is very sweet and kashai, which is a madhur and kashai rasa. They are lagu, they don't take your body so much effort. They cooked easily and digest easily, Leham is one of their properties. Leham, which means naturally scraping the adipose tissue from your body, is their function. And that has been enlisted into Bhavaprakash. Also, it is absorbed in circulation in a pungent form test, so it has a lighter side. And that is why when we prescribe millets, we really want to see what prakruti we are prescribing. The people, they are very vata, we really want to give them with the moisture, with the ghee involved in it, or the preparation, like Hetalji said, make halwa or sweets or porridge with it, so that the vata doesn't go out of balance. And because of the leham property, you also want to see that you do not over prescribe it or do the excess, that pulls a little bit dryness in the body because of their properties, because they are kshudra dhanyas. Generally speaking, out of a bigger population pie, I would say there are 70% of people, they want to lose weight and they have adipose tissue formations, and that's why millets has become new age grain, and it has so much to talk about. It also has a property that could act as a digestive toner, which gives more mala formation, which forms uh, more excreta, while people are feeling about having more loose motions. It can also relieve that. So the beauty of it is if somebody is going through the loose motions, atisar, you can still prescribe millet, and somebody is having constipation, you can still prescribe millet. So it has many, it also reduces kapha, it balances vata pitta dosha, and it's definitely exaggerate your vata. That's why you need to but being said that, if you have a people like raktavata problem, or the problems with the feeling fullness, versus people have old age arthritis, gouts and all, this kind of diet putting into it is beautiful. They are rich in vitamin B1, and they are more it helps, because it helps into formation of good, the mala. They says the mala and the asti works very well together, in Ayurveda. So mala, asti dhara kala and maladhara kara is specifically nourishes together. So if you forming your mala very well, you are actually nourishing your bone. So it really helps people, they have bone issues, or the tissues that we want to nourish, bone marrow and bone related issues. So I guess in brief, it has a lot of full spectrum of relationship, with starting from environment to the human body. And this is a and last most important point, because we and it's fascinating to me that we said our subject is millets and meditation. I tell you why, is because in old age there was no time for these rishis. They were doing the meditations to grow their crops and spend time in cooking and do the things, so they prefer eating millets because they ground them. They don't make them gassy, bloaty, and because of this lagu anna, they could stay in hours into the meditation. They could go into the caves, and they could literally take that kind of a lagu food in penance practice, and naturally they would feel full while they were focusing on their mind, and long term meditation was possible. That is also why dirgha kal, dirgha sharir, and dirgha jivit would be happening, as a longevity was happening. And I guess that's why in the vast land of India we so much praise millets. Thank you.
That is a wonderful roundup of millets. And Dr. Ish Sharma, I would like to come back to you if I could. So we're talking about millets and the effect of that on the Vata dosha, in particularly when we're looking at things like bone density and an excess of Vata dosha in the system. What is the effect of this on Ayurvedic psychology, on the mind? You're on mute, by the way.
Okay. Millets Charlie being like light, and if taken in excess, these can be pro vata, they can vitiate, they can increase your vata. But the goodness is, most of the population today is suffering from an excessive kapha, calorie overload. We all are eating way more than we require. So that is why, like intermittent fasting, or in whatever manner you can cut down your calorie intake, that is going to help you. Now, this calorie intake is the most important mechanism to lead to one and every non-communicable disease, calorie overload. Now, if we, for example, you are eating like 1 kilogram of food per day, and that 1 kilogram volume, now how many calories does that food have is very important. Now, if most of your 1 kilogram is millets, then you end up putting in lesser calories, and that's how you are benefited. If you go through this theory of a calorie restriction, like calorie restriction theory, which is ongoing for last 40 years, it has established, like in many parlances and in many instances with multiple experiments, that calorie restriction is going to do you some wonderful good. It has been like tested upon animals, in human beings. In human beings, just being a little calorie restricted, the cardiac parameters, what we called cardiac markers and cancer markers, went down by 65% in 2 months. If you have got a high cardiac risk, for example, what are cardiac markers? Your high blood pressure, your cholesterol, your triglycerides, these are called bad cardiac markers. Okay, you have all of them, your heart is not healthy. Now, you don't do anything. You just take millets for 2 months, just replace your wheat and rice by millets for 2 months, and you end up reducing 65% of your cancer markers and cardiac markers. Now, this is not a mathematical figure. This is a mathematical figure from one study. Now, this will not fit across universally, but the goodness is there for sure. So, now, why do we age? Why do we die? Oh, he was old, so he died. The most important theory of aging, there are 10 theories. The most important and relevant theory of aging is the theory of free radical damage. Where do we get free radicals from? They come from two sources, stress and calorie intensity, overeating and stress. If we can replace most of our calorie intense food, like we now consuming dry fruits is a fad, I take almonds and cashews every day, soaked, and I feel very nice. If you can replace your calorie intense food and your wheat and rice by some millets, 10, 20, 30, 40%, your calorie intake will go down. And if you are upon intermittent fasting, if you are calorie deficient, your Agni, your metabolism will be redirected to destroy your toxins. As the shloka goes from Ayurveda, aharam pachti shikhi, that is, your food is digested by your metabolic fire. Doshan pachti ahar varjitah, when you don't take food, your doshas will be destroyed. Dhatun pachti doshak shayatah, when your some of your toxins have been destroyed and you are still not eating, then your dhatus, your healthy tissues will be destroyed. Pranan dhatuk shayasatha, and after destroying your tissues, your life will be destroyed. That is, we die of starvation. So the digestive fire we have got has got 4 preferential fuels. Your fire, your metabolism will be very happy with plan A, that is food. You go on eating, your fire is very happy, toxins are building up, no one is there to take care of your toxins, and you end up generating, earning one non-communicable disease or the other. Once you stop eating, your metabolic fire will be redirected to plan B. And plan B is your excessive body weight, your high cholesterol, your high blood sugar, your fatty liver, your toxins will be destroyed. And if you still don't eat, if you're obsessive with fasting, like bulimia, like anorexia nervosa, etc., then your fire, your Agni will go to plan C. And plan C is your healthy tissues will be under attack. So now this was proven by Professor Osumi, and he got the Nobel Prize 2016 on autophagy. What he proved was he developed diseases in a fungus model, and to the colonies he did not give food. And he could see the diseases being eaten by the fungus cells by themselves. And this is what he called self-eating, autophagy. Although the term autophagy was given in 1961 by a Belgian scientist, Durouet, but Professor Osumi re-established the principle, and for 2016, he got the Nobel Prize. So and millets is such a wonderful crop, despite you eating sufficient, like you are eating to your capacity, you are eating a lot, you end up having no calories, very little calories. That is where you kind of and very high quality fibers, very high quality complex carbohydrates. You end up having all the benefits against diabetes, high cholesterol, obesity, immunity, fatty liver, and whatnot. Yeah, Riddhi.
Amazing, Sharmaji. Thank you so much. So, Amrita, what are your thoughts on millets when it comes to self-care?
I think a lot has been talked about it, and a lot of aspects. Each sir has already talked, and Dr. Danada has been talking. And I think when you talk about yoga and you talk about sattvic diet, it is one of the major components of diet. As you talk about food and a food quality, when we discuss about sattva, so sattva just doesn't mean getting rid of onion or garlic or getting rid of or non-vegetarian diet, but it means a pure quality of diet in which the component of the cereals or the diet you are taking must have the real essence and quality of what is called as sattvic. And I think all the points that have been mentioned by Professor E. Sharma as well as Dr. Danada put forward the points of a big marker for it to be claimed as a sattvic diet. And in today's time, it is a requirement for all of us because food as sattva is not only helping me, but it is helping leading us globally to fight against a lot of crises on basis of health, mental health, spiritual health, as well as environmental health. So millets is an answer for that. And I think this kind of a light food will help you make feel better, good, happy, as well as will make you get rid of a lot of toxins. And that's what I have to say.
So we're in agreement then. Millets are not just good for the environment, they're also good for the body. They're also vata satisfying, and not only that, they're good for self-care too. Neil Kumar, your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you, Amrita. Very well done. Both of you have been here in the start. Professor Sharma, if you can just twiddle your screen so it's back again landscape. And I would like to ask you a question as well. So we'll go to Ish Sharma in a moment. Yes. So Professor Ish Sharma, you mentioned very nicely and eloquently about millet, not just why they are healthy, but more importantly, they are super environmental friendly. And water is scarce. There is a project which is called Future Human Beings, 500 years from now. We may not have water and people will be living into some sort of format how they will consume pills of water to replace in the body. We don't know whether it's true or not, but they are working on it. Professor Ishama, tell me, you are an Ayush person as well, which is also part of Ayurveda and meditation as well. Which do you like more, meditative yoga or actual yoga which brings physical ailments? What do you practice?
See, yoga known by the asanas is surely a misnomer. If we sit in a certain pose and we call, okay, I'm doing yoga, if we ask anyone, do you practice yoga? Then the benchmark is, yes, I sit in Padmasana, or I do pranayama, then I'm doing a yoga. Yoga is a very comprehensive term. And out of 8 limbs, even if the first limb can be practiced by the world, like the first limb is yama, and the first principle in yama is ahimsa, non-violence. We forget about Ashtanga Yoga. If one fraction can be practiced by all of us, that is ahimsa, then the world would be such a wonderful place to live. Like after yam, niyam, now see the beauty. Yam comes before niyam, that is service before self. Yoga, the philosophy of yoga mentions your social responsibilities before it talks about your own wellness. So we have to practice yam, that is social responsibility. Then we come to niyam, that is self-regulation. Yam, niyam, asan. Then comes asana, what we know as yoga, sitting in a particular pose, and we say, okay, I'm practicing yoga. So yoga asanas is such a small, meager aspect of yoga philosophy. If you go by Gita, there are 3 principal types of yoga: karma, gyan, and bhakti. Now, without knowing the philosophy of yoga, if you are rightfully doing your job, whatever your job is, then you are already a yogi, what we call karma yogi. So, see, what is yoga? My conclusion is being thoughtless is yoga. And the process is to come down from 1,000 thoughts to one thought. When you are doing your work, then you are focusing upon your work. Now you are loaded with one thought only and not 1,000. So you are becoming thoughtless. You are on a journey towards being thoughtless, which are like ultimate sadhana, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. So surely, like being thoughtless, not being overloaded with the useless thoughts, is the journey to ultimate yoga. And if we can just practice a little of yam and niyam, then those are much more important than yoga asana. So my answer would be meditative yoga is surely the way we all should take than yoga asanas. Neil.
And Professor Ish, the main point you brought is be present in the moment. Because if you are present in the moment, whether you are eating, praying, working, then that focus will make you feel peaceful and maybe deliver better results. So it's fantastic. Thank you very much, Professor Ish Sharma. The same goes to you, Amrita Sharma. What are your thoughts and which one main tip would you like to share with our audience? And please unmute yourself. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I would like to tell people that yoga is not just about following what is on the screen and what is off the screen. It's about following your own gut feeling. It's about following your own self. As Professor Ish Sharma already mentioned, following up of yamas and niyamas that talks about different aspects and qualities of life is very important, because that will bring the real flexibility of your mind. And a flexible mind is the winner of all, because it knows how to adjust itself. It knows to compensate with what it has to say in terms of ego. It also knows the way towards self-realization. And once that flexibility of mind is achieved, the body will automatically know how and in what way I need to keep myself healthy. And that's what is your happiness. You have to find your own way of happiness. You have to find your own way of what yoga is. And that will train you on the yoga mat to your journey towards from very old being of what we have derived from. So as we start from Tadasana, move to Shirshasana, and then follow up with Shavasana. And that's what is happy ending for everyone.
And
so
you
keep
talk
practicing, keep learning. Thank you.
You talk about happiness. So, Amrita Sharma, does healing our earth make you happy?
Yes, definitely. It makes me happy.
So there you are.
It gives me an opportunity it gives me an opportunity to meet everyone, and gives me an opportunity to see my sir, especially, who has brought me to this screen, and I will definitely wonders of thanks to you, sir, so much. I remember you on every Sunday. Thank you so much.
So there you are, those people who are listening to us. If you want happiness, just dive into healing our earth and bathe out with a lot of happiness. There is one more practice that Professor Ish Sharma practices in order to try to keep his insulin level reasonably well and be generally happy. Unlike eating 5 meals and 3 meals and 4 meals, one of the practice he has developed is roughly to eat when his body asks, and he has trained his body to eat at approximately 10 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and he seems to be happy. Am I right, Professor Sharma? Yes, he's nodding to that. So you don't have to follow and stuff yourself too much. If your body says you are hungry, take a glass of lukewarm water. Don't use cold water because your body has to drive it to body temperature. It might be that you are dehydrated and you might think you are getting hunger pang. And it is nice to keep your sugar level happier. Then you will not be binging and it will be good. So that's a good practice. Really, before I ask you, Lata had a comment to make. So let's go to comment, and really keep your answer ready and one of your best tips that keeps you happy and present in the moment. Lata, over to you for your comment.
A happy Yoga Day, International Yoga Day to all of us and all of you. It's basically going to the point where you said it takes away all the diseases and toxins with having millets in the diet. Dr. Ish, this is for you. Does it help us with pain like fibromyalgia and constant pain in the body? You know, people who suffer with, what do they call it? What do they call
Yeah,
it?
fibromyalgia is the right word. Chronic fatigue syndrome is another unexplained pain. So maybe you want to add something else, Ms. Lata?
Yeah, you know, what do they call it? Arthritis and all this thing, pain in the joints. So, you know, it takes over a number of years to accumulate there, and I'm just wondering how millet would be helpful in that area.
Okay. Yeah. See, the first three conditions you mentioned, like fibromyalgia, then the second one I added was chronic fatigue syndrome, and then rheumatoid arthritis. These three are kapha conditions, kapha vata, where surely I'll not be teaching Ayurveda to you over here, but you can believe the kapha circulation, the kapha movement is blocked by vata movement is blocked by kapha, where millets will be of great help. The only time when millets might not be helping you in your pains is when you have got a degenerative pain and you are underweight. When you are a vata type of personality, that is you are underweight, then you are in vata age, that is you are 70 plus in age, you are old, underweight, and then you have a degenerative joint disease like maybe osteoarthritis. That might be the time when millets might not be the first respite, the panacea, the most suitable kind of diet. That is where you might require something more nourishing, more kapha promoting. But by and large, if you are 70 and below, and if you are overweight or normal body weight, then millets will be an apt answer for most of your pains. Lata.
Okay. And it also helps with the hunger, reducing hunger and things like that. Does it?
Yes, if you like, as told by the earlier speakers also, as Ms. Dhanada was telling, that Rishi Munis could take it and they could go to meditation in the caves. So surely, if you are taking X volume of millets, then they will take their own time to digest and they would release slow energy. So you can have a real sustainable meal. So surely when you are hungry, then you should eat, and millets can be a nice choice.
So millet can be a good choice break it gently into your body, and then you can make it regular so body can condition to digest these easier. Make sure you cook them very well. Don't eat them raw. Cook them very well and eat them correctly. Before we go to Meeta, Amrita, shall we tell people the next 3 episodes that are taking place on healing our earth? And then we'll go to Meeta and then Riddhi. So over to you, Amrita, for the future episodes.
Thank you. So in near future, we are having the next week Glow Women episode on 30th of June 2024. Global Women in Unity. Today's women uniting for better tomorrow into 22nd century. And the next Sunday to that is the 7th of July 2024, we are having Healthy Life Ayurveda special episode where we'll be having panel of Ayurveda experts with us who will be sharing and talking about different tips of Ayurveda from your home ground. And then we have something for children, kids and teens episode, especially for children, by the children, for the children, and for the family on 14th of July 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
Thank you. So, Meeta, your comment on what you like about either Ayurveda or yoga or meditation before we move to Riddhi and we'll be closing.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, it was very interesting program and happy International Yoga Day to everyone. Very informative program. In my personal opinion, it's equanimity. The benefits of yoga is equanimity. So yoga has several meanings, but ultimately it means to unite, to harmonize, or to make into one. And Hatha Yoga, the asanas or postures, it does help strengthen and flex the body and enhances mind-body harmony. And yoga means in Sanskrit union, so it's union of mind and body. The deepest level of yoga or the union is realizing one's inner eternal soul or real self. That's what Amrita ji also mentioned. So self-realization, it unites with the universal soul, the ultimate reality. So this is self-realization as well. So equanimity and self-realization. So therefore, yoga is a path of self-realization by uniting one's inner soul with the universal soul. That's how I would take it, because it's the higher consciousness, the body and the mind, and the level-headedness to assess the situation in any kind of particular situation you might be in, and to have that sthita prajna mentality, that level-headedness. Sthita means balanced, prajna means buddhi or intelligence, and to rein in on your consciousness is to reach a form of equanimity where you can be more effective in the realm of action. So the reality is we are all existing in the material world, but in situations where we need to focus, understand the makeup of our mind, and being able to control our thoughts allows us to have better judgment and clearer vision if we practice yoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Meeta. So Meeta says, your body, mind, and soul, the way to be happiness, which is what the ethos of healing our earth is. And now we go to Riddhi, our yoga coordinator. She loves coordinating yoga episodes. She works very hard and plans some themes and plucks some courage to explore different avenues. Riddhi, you've been there from very early at the start and you're right at the end. And what one tip would you like to share to people to be in the present moment?
To be in the present moment, listen to your mind, listen to your body. Your body and mind already have an innate wisdom to be able to cure themselves. The body itself may not feel thirsty. The mind will trick you to make you think that you are hungry at times, but actually you only feel thirsty when you are 2% dehydrated. So sometimes it's about filling ourselves with water. Let's take that as an analogy. It's also that our body is made up of a high percentage of water. As Sharmaji kindly presented before, that water is wasted. When we mix it with rice in order to be able to fill the rice in the paddy fields, we are wasting water. Well, guess what? Our bodies are also made of water. They need water and they need oxygen, H2O and O2, because of the high percentage. So sometimes it's about taking a step back and thinking, am I full or am I hungry? Am I satisfied? Which is a mixture of the two, because actually in Ayurveda teaches that your stomach is supposed to be half full of food, quarter filled of air, and quarter filled of water. So by creating now the right mix, that is where the power is. A lot of the times when we get things like cravings, for example, when we feel certain sensations, it's our mind and it's our body communicating a particular message to us. Are we listening? And I think that has been a common theme throughout today's program when it comes back to just dropping into silence and paying attention, being aware of the message in stillness to see what is being communicated and how can I connect with it. By connecting the two together, we build a bridge, and that bridge is going to be the thing that enables us to know, where is it that we stand? What is it that the mind needs? What is it that the body needs to ultimately feel happy, feel satisfied?
So there you are. Riddhi says very clearly, hydrate yourself even when you feel that your hunger is real hunger. Consuming water will not harm you. Of course, once you have consumed water, approximately a good portion would be 250 ml, which is standard glass. Then wait for 15 to 20 minutes and then eat if you are hungry. If you cleanse yourself and keep your body hydrated, then Riddhi says your mind will be clean and happy. And if your mind is clean and happy, it will transmit good messages to the other organs and you may feel happy. So thank you, Riddhi. Wonderful.
And a lot of the times as well, when we're actually eating, if we're having water-soluble vegetables, water-soluble fruits, then those already had a high content of water mixed with minerals, mixed with vitamins, and generally very good for us. So that is an example of what we can do. But also building on what Nilpai has just said, where we have water 20 minutes before food. Also, Ayurveda suggests not having water for an hour after food too. So being mindful, creating the right balance between the two.
There you are. So Riddhi is preaching broccoli, carrots, cucumbers, because most of the vegetables are water content. Consume them. Watermelon, if it's safe for you in a hot summer weather. So have a water-based vegetables and fruits and cut out with the elements that is consuming water in your body. So that will be very useful. Amrita, what shall we sign off with? With a nice mantra or a bhajan, or you're going to sing? We are still live. So let's wind off. We've done very well. Once again, we are way over 1 hour, but that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. When we enjoy, we just carry on and on. Over to you, Amrita. Riddhi, thank you.
Thank you. Riddhi, would you like to wind up with the mantra?
I would just like to say thank you so much to all of our experts that have come on today and have shared their knowledge so wisely with all of us. I think there's been something for all of us to gain from it. And may we continue to have more satsangs like this where we discuss health and well-being, because after all, that is the ethos here at Healing Our Earth. Amrita, I pass it back over to you for concluding message and prayers.
Thank you. And Thank you, everyone, for making this episode a beautiful episode again and a successful episode. Special thanks to Riddhi, who is a yoga producer of this episode and also our coordinator. And many, many thanks to all the guest contributors who have made this episode a successful one. We will be bringing back to you another beautiful episode on Glow Women the next Sunday. Keep watching, keep sharing, and keep loving, healing our earth. And let's wind up today's episode with a Gayatri mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti